All right. All right. We are back. We are going to be doing a few more clips from the whatever podcast. Um and again, we got some of the craziest titles in the game here. Um Cowgirl Schools Feminist. I mean, I don't even need to read the rest. It's just undeniable comedy here. Are there benefits of marriage? Modern dating is ruined. I love the capitals, like it's ruined. All caps. This is a terrible situation. All right, anyway, let's get into it.
Problem solved. Fiverr's got talented freelancers for anything we need.
A feminist.
All right.
Do you
again,
consider yourself
this one is all right, so we got Cowgirl Schools Feminist on gender roles. We'll see about that. Let's try to guess who's the cowgirl. I'm thinking gotta be her. I'd be shocked if it was any of the other ones. It's gotta be her. She's the cowgirl. All right.
Feminist.
No.
Yes, in the way of like making sure women have equal rights. There are like
Some
there's a lot
weird
of
questions.
polarization and like radicalism within feminism, especially like seen recently.
It's
And,
kind of a yes or no
but
question.
yes, a feminist.
Okay. So you do consider yourself a feminist, and you want equality between, and is it just with rights?
Yes.
Okay. What about just like societally too?
Yeah.
You want equality societally.
Yes.
What about gender roles?
Gender roles. I value traditional gender roles personally.
We'll come back to that. Go ahead. Do you consider yourself a feminist?
I don't, but just definitely support the people who are feminists, or like equal rights for everyone, because that's what feminism is about. But
Is it?
Word.
Yeah. Feminist
Not sure about
is
that, but okay, go ahead.
Okay.
No, I praise man. Feminism kills man. And it's
Kills men. Okay. I mean, pretty much anything can kill you, so
so
I don't consider myself a feminist.
I'm sure they'll elaborate.
And me personally, I don't feel that my rights were limited or something like that. But I...
Yes! That's awesome!
I'm not
that?
a feminist, but I think it's a lot of fake feminist is kind of...
Sure.
I don't know if there's a
What about you?
term for that.
No.
Not a feminist?
No, not at
what
all.
about you?
No, not at all.
Not a feminist. Okay, wow. Okay, I was hoping we'd have a few more. You're a little outnumbered here, but so you consider yourself a feminist.
there was like
but,
two, right?
And in your pre-show notes and what you've just kind of talked about here, you said that you appreciate traditional values. So how do you consider yourself a feminist? How do you reconcile being a feminist, but also wanting to, it sounds like to me, holding men to their traditional gender roles? How do you
Well,
reconcile that?
Not every woman lives the same lifestyle, so I think it's important that they have representation and say in the matter of how they go about business, and that there's equality in the pay, equality in vote, equality in and also like minimization of sexism, as well as what is it, like harassment in the work industry. That's been a historical
But
thing.
okay, you said minimization of sexism.
But-
Don't you think it's a rather sexist position to believe that men should be providers?
I think that's like a traditional thing.
But isn't it to some degree, if you have a expectation on men by virtue of their gender to be providers, isn't that sexist? Why aren't women capable of equally contributing to a relationship or marriage?
Well, I think they can be, and
Sure,
I would
absolutely.
be contributing to my.
Okay. I would say no, but then I think they would also have to say that expecting women to like have kids would also not be, because that's the other traditional role. So I don't know, maybe Brian's right, maybe it is sexist. I don't know.
My household as well, but I would just personally like to have a person that would like to provide for me. I don't really.
Well, that's traditional gender roles. How does that, again, how do you reconcile being a feminist but wanting traditional treatment from men, wanting men to pay for first dates, and it's like, I hear from a lot of women who say, I want the guy to pay for the first date, but after that, I'm kind of okay, actually, if we maybe trade off paying on dates. But it sounds like for you, you want immediately, throughout the entire course of the relationship, you want a guy to provide for you. You want traditional treatment, and it sounds like you want him to pay your bills. You want an allowance. You want him to pay for your nails. If you go on trips, you want him.
She must have said all that before the clip started, because I don't remember her saying any of that just while we've been listening. That's for sure.
To pay for it. Probably if you guys were living together, would you want him to pay the entire rent?
Yeah.
Okay. You had something? Go ahead.
All right. I guess, yes.
I'm going to use I feel statements here.
Speak with your chest. Go ahead.
I think what I'm hearing from you is that you'd prefer
Are we going to school? Is this the cowgirl? It's got to be the cowgirl. She's the only one dressed like a cowgirl.
Keep the money that you have to yourself and have your husband provide for children, you, whatever. What I see in that is exactly what was brought up earlier about divorce, how men are in a worse position than women when it comes to things like that in marriage. I feel like that's kind of where that was set up, where the women are going to leave. They're going to have the money. They're going to have all this stuff, you know. And even when you were just saying, yes, I would like someone to pay for everything, pay for my bills, pay for my house, it was like, oh, this, like, yeah, I would love that. But in all reality, you're very contradicting when you speak about these things. You know, you say that, you know, you're a feminist, women should have equal rights. If women are having equal rights, they would be paying 50% of a bill on a date. They would be paying a certain percentage. And I understand, you know, when I was in a relationship where
I don't really know what paying for things has to do with rights. That's like how you organize your individual relationship. I don't really think that has to do with rights.
I was splitting rent, I paid a little bit less rent because I made a couple dollars less than him, but it was still in our thinking, it was still a 50-50 across the board. He would go buy dog food one week, the next week I would go buy dog food. So I just feel like that is a setup for the man where you can get out of it whenever you'd like, but the man's gonna be fucked over in the end. That's what I see from it.
Okay, I see what you're saying, and I don't mean to like come off as if I wouldn't be contributing anything financially.
Whenever someone says, I don't mean to come off as, they're about to come off as whatever thing they're saying they don't mean to come off as.
Like, I'd be happy to also pay for like trips or like.
It's hold on, don't walk it back though. That's no, but that's what I meant. That's how it. Well, okay. I mean, that's what I meant. But you said in your.
So she'll help pay for the fun stuff. I'm confused.
Past relationship, the 3-year relationship, even a man who is your own age, and you were young. So I mean, I don't think 18-year-olds are exactly like 18, especially 18-year-old men are not balling out.
Mm-mm.
I mean, I don't know if he came from a wealthy family or whatever, but you said he was paying $500 a month and you were living with him, so you're living rent-free. I know it was his parents' house, but for a period of the relationship. But $500 a month for like an 18, 19, 20-year-old, that's a lot of money. That's $18,000 over the course of the relationship. Yeah, I would argue like most 18, 19, 20-year-old men and women, like your earning potential is exactly the same. There's certainly, first off, I think the wage gap has been debunked, but there's no case where an 18-year-old man has more earning potential at 18 than an 18-year-old woman.
That aspect is a little wacky. We are pretty much making the same amount of money as women now, so like financially, if you're both making the same amount of money, then like you should probably be 50-50 in that. Just kind of makes sense.
It actually states the
I mean, the whole point of like men being providers was because women didn't really work as much, but now they do. So it's kind of like, yeah, it just kind of doesn't make sense anymore.
reverse. Women have at a young age, women have certain opportunities. I'm not even speaking necessarily sex work here. I'm speaking like there's certain job opportunities for women that I think actually can pay more in that age range. But so, okay, here you said, but you want traditional values. So it sounds like you want the guy to be the provider. Let me ask, would you want to get married one day?
I would like to, yeah.
Do you want to have kids?
Mhm.
Okay. When you get married, will you take your husband's last name?
Yes.
You'll take his last name?
Mhm.
Okay. Fair. That's traditional. You don't always hear that from feminists. Is your husband the head of the household?
Yes, but I do also, yeah, he'd be the head of the household. Yeah.
Okay. All
Sounded
right.
kind of wishy-washy.
Will you cook and clean?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to be? Oh, well. Do you want to be a stay-at-home wife?
Well, yes, that's kind of what I'm hoping for, because I also have like my projects, like I write poetry, so I'm an author, and then I
Okay.
have my art projects, and those are things that I can do from home, as well
Sure.
as like I'm a caretaker, so I'm already nurturing like my grandmother on a daily basis.
Okay.
Yeah.
So. Okay. All right. How strongly do you consider yourself to be a feminist?
Well, that's the thing, is there's a lot of polarization, but I very much value like the independence of women and women having their own rights and all that. Women having their rights and to be
But
heard.
do you think women, say for example, here in the
There's a lot of this where they're like, it's like feminism in principle, but then at their own house, they're not really feminists at all. Which, I mean, it's fine. But it doesn't sound like she actually wants to be that independent.
United States, what is a right that I as a man have that you as a woman does not?
We've seen a lot of equality lately, and that's what I mean, like the polarization, like things. I guess just like that you have that women.
Well,
don't.
what you said that you're fighting for women's rights. What right do men have in this country that women do not?
I'm just supporting women's rights, I should say.
Which
like,
ones?
All of them, like making sure they stay intact.
How? But you already have.
Yeah.
The,
That's
the
what I
rights.
mean, like the polarization. Like, yes, I'm like a feminist, but I'm not polarized to where we're already like super limited. I think, like the Me Too movement, that's great. Like making sure women are heard and valued.
Okay.
Like, you know, stuff like that.
But
YouTube Ads is made for your business.
right are you hoping to keep intact? Which right?
Which right? Voting right?
Do you think?
Like 2 episodes ago, there was a man saying women shouldn't vote, and I was like,
which I
what?
disagree with.
What?
Which I disagree with.
Yeah.
But I think it's. I mean.
Does he though?
It's very, very, very unlikely that the 19th amendment is going to be repealed.
Yeah, I'm aware.
That's not.
Yeah, that would be a
that's not
shocker.
politically, what's the word for it? Tenable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if you're a Democrat, well, certainly. Democrat.
A Democrat.
The Republicans are not going to repeal the 19th Amendment.
I'm aware. Another thing though is like feminism as in representation, like in politics.
Okay.
Would be nice. There's a lot of controversy with, you know, like abortion and like the health maintenance of women and having accessibility to certain things. And
I don't feel like abortion is like feminist. That just seems like a whole unrelated thing. Like it's a whole different, completely different argument. Yeah, I don't know.
I think that's something that women could.
Okay, so, but it's not clear to me if we're doing so typically when we're talking about equality with who? Equality with what? And so when we're talking about women's rights, we're comparing them to supposed men's rights. So when you're talking about abortion, men don't have
that right.
men don't have any reproductive rights at all. So it's not clear to me if that's really a woman's
Yeah, it's not really
a
like
gender inequality insofar as
it's
since
nothing
men
to
don't
do
have
with,
any
yeah, it's totally separate.
reproductive rights. It's not clear if there's inequality there.
Donated $100. Fan freaking tastic horse girl.
Oh, there you go.
Very
Well,
well
that was
said.
a quick one, boys.
Poetry
Sounds
suggests
like
men have less rights than women. And
not
that
as
is an
exciting as the
inescapable
title.
fact.
I thought we were going to
Feminism
get a
has
lot
failed
more
you.
from the
How can the
cowgirl in this one.
patriarchy help you today?
I am the official representative of the patriarchy. Welcome.
Oh, the
True.
patriarchy.
Disagree with.
All right. So next we have, are there benefits of marriage for men? They can't name one. I'm assuming since Brian is the podcast, by they he means all of the woman. Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll find out. What you got? What you got this time, bud?
One of the things that she said, I think she said that marriage can only be synonymous if you're religious, and I totally.
Well, there's no.
Yeah, I
you-
was just
you
saying I
disagree with
appreciate
that.
the
You
question because it.
Yeah, I'm kind of with that. I'm not religious. I feel like marriage is like a religious institution. I feel like the state part of marriage should probably just be some sort of like civil union and maybe a tax break if you're living with somebody, having kids with them, etc. Yeah, I don't know. The marriage word doesn't really make sense unless you're religious, to me at least.
It does bring up a
Wait,
good.
you disagree
with Candace. She
saying
said
what's-
that she said that you can only, or basically
Are you talking about
marriage can
Candace
only
Owens?
be
It
a
must be.
marriage if you're religious, and religion plays
Well,
into that
that
marriage.
sounds
So
like
I
her.
mean, why get married for any reason other than for religious reasons?
What? Commitment, lifelong commitment, taxes,
to tell the world that you
insurance.
love your partner.
Wait,
You have
I have a
benefits
question.
as
Whoa.
a couple-
It could be a
married
million
That's a lot of reasons.
reasons to get married.
The financial reasons you stated are fairly negligible.
I think it's mainly to just show
They're
the world
fairly
that you love this person and you're committed to this person, and you're having a ceremony in front of all of your friends and your family, and
You could throw a party. Throw a party. Hey, we're going to be together forever. I mean, at that point, if we're just calling that marriage, then I sure, okay, you're involved in that. So,
you're making that commitment. And if you don't
Here, let
have
me
a
ask-
marriage,
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I'll ask a No, go ahead. Finish
no,
your.
and if you don't have a marriage, when you're married, speaking from somebody that was married, there's a way that others who are married see you.
was married, so not married anymore, and lecturing Brian on marriage. That's interesting.
It's almost like you're part of this group. You know, if somebody is a dog owner and then you meet somebody else that's a dog owner, you're in this family, you're in this group. And so for people who are married, they see other people who are married, and I don't know if they take them more seriously or their commitment more seriously, but they definitely are seen in a particular way.
So
when
you're
you
saying
are
it
married.
confers certain social benefits because of in-group bias, essentially.
Not
Well,
necessarily.
So
because
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What can let's say there's a secular person who doesn't get married for religious reasons.
Who doesn't get married for religious reasons? Okay.
Religiosity is not a component to their marriage.
Okay.
And you admitted, you said that, well, people, even if you're not religious, there's benefit of getting married. What can I, as a man, get from marriage that I can't get from a long-term life partner, like monogamous? Why should I get married?
I think for the same reason that I said, it's to solidify that commitment in front of your friends and your family, and maybe to solidify it to your own
let me
self.
introduce a word to this conversation called divorce.
Yeah.
So there is no, and
Brian, but like religious people get divorced.
And she's one of them. She said I heard her say that. She's not married anymore. So she either got divorced or he died. I hope he didn't die. I mean, that would be sad. But seems like it was divorce.
As well.
Yeah.
Precisely. But at least one of the reasons that someone who's religious gets married is for religion.
Your workflow is important to us. Please wait indefinitely.
With Monday.com's intuitive work.
Reasons. There's a religious motivation there. They're moving pursuant to their religious beliefs. But if you're secular or an atheist, I frankly see absolutely no reason to get married.
So I think marriage is it's like the pinnacle of the relationship. You cannot get any more committed than being in a marriage. And I think for some people, myself included, I got married because I wanted that final level, that max level. I wanted to commit to my husband 100%. We had gone through lots of ups and downs, and we wanted to make it official. We wanted to give it a fair, basically a fair chance, officially, and not just long-term boyfriend, girlfriend, living together. We wanted to.
Were you guys religious?
No.
I would hate to be a girlfriend after 20 years. Like, this is my boyfriend.
And have them not like pop any type of question.
I don't know.
It is just like a form of like serious commitment, I think, more than religious.
Why is religion related to marriage? I want to know your standpoint.
I mean, that's the origination.
It's
that's the genesis
I
of marriage.
understand that, but why do you think you should still be religious in order to get married?
That's not really the argument I'm making. I just don't see if you're secular, I see no reason to get married. And honestly, even if you're religious, the only reason if you're religious to get married is for your religious values. At least from a man's perspective, there's absolutely no reason to get married.
So Brian, can I interrupt?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. So if you weren't religious, but say you met a girl and you were dating a girl and you were really serious with a girl who wasn't super religious, but definitely considered religion important to her,
if she did, she wouldn't date somebody who wasn't religious.
Agreed.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, but go ahead.
Let's just say she was mild to moderately religious. Okay. You didn't want to get married. You just wanted to have a lifelong commitment, but marriage was really important to her. And like I said, you were really serious with her. You'd been dating her for a couple years. You could definitely see yourself long term with her. Would you get married for her?
You mean, would I do it because she wants it?
Yes.
Well, what about what I want, which is to not get married? But why can't she be the one to come into my frame on this?
Valid point. But there's no middle ground there. There's no compromise. It's either you get married or you don't. So are you saying that you would want Are you saying that you would want her to be the one that compromises?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because the
what if that meant ending the end of your relationship then?
Here, I got this. Hold on. Out you go. Goodbye.
Okay.
So
I'm not. If a girl wants to be with me, you're not gonna use this as leverage.
Okay.
I'm not gonna accept that.
Okay.
You want to be with me? You can be with me.
Yeah, only cut off all your hoes before the first date.
Well, we can get into that later.
Would you make any sort of like compromises? Like
What's
not
the
even
compromise?
that. I don't know. Just like if say like she wanted to live in a different city, like would you compromise? Like
or what
wanting
about
to live
like
there
a civil
or something?
ceremony?
Because like does the whole
one question at a time, please.
Does the whole relationship just have to be everything that you want, or are you gonna like?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
It does.
Well, I guess then that just answers it.
Well, look, it's you guys want men to lead, right? You guys want you want men to take initiative. You want men to ask you out. You want men to pay for.
Not all the time.
Hold on, let me finish. Yes. You want men to ask you out. You want men to decide what you want to eat that night. You don't know what you want to eat. I'll pick what you want to eat. You want me to make the decisions. You want men to be dominant in the bedroom. You want men to be leaders. Okay, we don't need the obnoxious gesturing. But it seems like in these, so yes, I'm going to be the leader in those sorts of determinations.
Right.
Now,
in that scenario, sounds
the
like you're
only
not
the only scenario where I'm gonna consider marriage or consider something like this is if I'm in a relationship with a woman who's substantially out earning me.
Okay.
Only then, for example, if she even then, she still needs to defer leadership to me, even if she's out earning me.
I think it's fair to say that's what you're looking for, and that's what maybe the majority of women you've been with are looking for, but it's not fair to say all women are.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Well, when you say
women,
women, in general.
Wait, what are you saying?
Wait. But so, do you mean in terms of wanting men to take initiative?
Yeah, I don't think necessarily all women want that. So it's not fair to say.
I actually do think it's fair to say, generally speaking.
Definitely not
I think
feminist.
Hold on. I actually do think it's fair to say to use women in the general sense. Obviously, it's not all women in the sense that I could find you one woman who like approaches men or like takes initiative. I can certainly find outliers, but I don't think it's wrong to, for example, say humans have 10 fingers. There are some humans who are born with 11, but it's not wrong to say that humans have 10 fingers.
Yeah, and
I think naturally, biologically, women are wired to be more submissive, but I think when you kind of throw in the lovely cultural stew of feminism and all these weird, just new social standards like the Me Too movement, I think makes it very hard for men to feel like they can approach women. Then you get women, whether it's cope or they actually are delusional and believe it, but thinking that they want to be more in their like masculine energy and making decisions. But I think that's largely a side effect of culture as opposed to your biological wiring.
Wait, so you think it's what? I mean, if you had to assign a percentage in terms of women wanting men to be leaders and take initiative, do you think it's 80% women, 70%
I think that's really
women?
just a question of how many women really identify as feminists and have taken that.
I gotta be honest, this one's pretty boring. I think we're probably gonna skip the rest of this one. I've got quite a few lined up, so yeah, we're gonna skip this one. All right, what do we have next? Why modern dating is ruined for average men. I feel like I'm
building your online business.
All right, why modern dating is ruined for average men. Let's see what they're about to say about this.
My thoughts. I have a bit of a pessimistic view of dating in general. Like, and even you being like a match or what, like a dating coach. Like those apps, I just saw a video recently. Those apps aren't meant to even help people get on dates. Like they're meant to keep you on there.
Oh yeah, the apps, boys, don't use the apps. They're pointless, completely pointless. It's a total waste of time.
Because if two people meet and have a successful relationship, the app loses business. So they're incentivized to keep your lonely ass on there, swiping for more people. And they strategically will put ugly ones in there and then put a cute one in there, knowing that,
intermittent reinforcement.
There you go. I mean, you get it. You know how the apps work.
Hinge is a bit better about it, but you need to be very intentional to like actually take advantage of their whole designed to be deleted thing.
And I just think about how, back in the olden days, like just dating was simpler. When your parents met, it was simpler. There was no, like all the girls here have gotten 100 times more like attention than I get, and I have millions of followers. So it's like, how does a normal guy even compete in this dating market? You can't. Like, if a regular girl's getting 50 to 100 DMs
I'll teach you the trick right now. Go outside, talk to a woman.
Approaches, whatever, how do you even stand a chance? So I feel really bad for the majority of men who don't have a lot of success in a dating pool, and I don't know what the solution is. I feel like you just have to level up the best you can, appearance wise, financial wise, everything, because the competition is like, it's crazy.
I mean, can I
go
comment on that?
agree and disagree because none of the messages that I ever receive, I ever respond to. I would only, for myself, I would only pursue a man who is pursuing me in person and making an effort, like appearance-wise, shows me that he has ambition.
Yeah. Go outside and talk to a woman. I won't say it's not difficult. It can be difficult, but just do it. Just do it. Just do it.
Etc. But there's a lack of that.
Can we get a posture check from you? And I feel like you're slouching.
Oh,
and
yes, of course.
I'm looking out.
My thing keeps.
I'm looking out for you. It's all good.
Your booster.
My booster seat keeps slipping. Okay. I don't know what I was saying.
No, I see what you're saying. Like, you specifically won't answer DMs. I'm not sure if most girls behave like that. I think most girls will answer certain DMs from certain guys, but it's just like, how do you compete with, I know like y'all are getting blue checks and athletes and like some really top tier guys. How does a regular dude even get close to that? Like, you can't.
They don't.
You don't. And then they end up, hey, can I pay $2,000?
You can. Just go outside. Talk to a woman. The park. Grocery store. Literally anywhere. I like to do it at concerts. That way I know we have something in common. Pro tip. Go outside. Talk to a woman.
To kick me in the nuts. Like,
I have seen statistics, like I've done thorough just like checks to make sure it's from actual studies, and then asking men I know, asking my like ex when we were still together, men are not having sex these days. Whereas every girl I know, if she isn't celibate, she has had sex whenever she wants to. And it is a serious topic that I considered sending beforehand, but then I was like, eh.
Yeah.
So you're right.
So it's kind of a weird situation.
Send the asteroid.
Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't know what the solution is.
And we're in this era of,
I know the solution. Go outside and talk to women. Go outside. Talk to women.
like hating on men, and I'm like, damn, I think men need the most help now more than ever.
But they also need each other supporting
Cook,
them.
Ryan. Keep going, Ryan.
I don't have too much more to go on that, but yeah, there's this gender war going on. It's like, whoa, like there's so many men. I mean, you hear the stories of kick me and spit on me, and I'll pay you $100 just to speak to me. Like, how incredibly sad is that? I don't know if y'all could even fathom.
Yeah. Also, stop gooning. No gooning. Gooning is bad. Stop watching adult stuff. Stop paying for OnlyFans and whatnot. Definitely don't pay girls to spit on you. I don't know what the heck that was about. But yeah. Stop gooning. Go outside. Talk to a woman.
I'm having to pay someone $100 just to speak to you, and here we are, misogynist, toxic, this and that.
Yeah.
And like, that's why I like to try to, I don't know, root for guys. Like, nobody's here to help men at all, and it's cool to.
I'm literally helping men.
Well, I appreciate.
All right. Alrighty. Literally helping men. Let's see what she means by that.
And I agree. And there's a lot of very nice, good guys who just get overwhelmed from what I've observed from the whole alpha male podcast thing. And that's why I think it's important for, panels like this, people showing that it's okay to have your view. If you're only getting one match a week, that's okay. Because, like I mentioned earlier, it just takes one person if you want to be in a relationship, unless you're into poly.
And I know you have to go, but I did have one question for you. Sorry to string this on.
One match a week means you're not meeting anybody. It takes like 10 matches to actually end up meeting someone. So delete the apps, go outside, and talk to women. Go outside and talk to women.
A little longer, Brian. Have you ever told your male clients to be an asshole to girls?
I never to be What typically happens though is they are scared of being seen as predatory or douchey,
She
so they
seems
end
a
up
little
never
young to
even
be
asking a
teaching
girl
dating.
out. So what I have done.
Younger, Brian. Have you ever told your male clients to be an asshole to girls?
I never to be a dick. What typically happens though is they are scared of being seen as predatory or douchey, so they end up never even asking a girl out. So what I have done for most of them actually is say like, you don't need to ask her 5 questions in a row to try to seem like you're interested. It's okay to like she's dating you too. So you do need to talk about yourself. But I've never I attract very nice clients who feel awkward. Never tell them to be douchey. The most I've done is say, try to be a little bit more cool and maybe don't text her back 1 minute later at 7 a.m.
Yeah, I was
like, don't be desperate,
No, but I get what you're
don't be a
saying,
douche.
'cause
it
happens a lot where women aren't attracted to nice men. They would rather be treated like crap.
To desperate men, I would.
Yes. Yeah.
You
And
were
a
gonna
lot
say
of times
something?
nice guys.
Just be chill. Don't be super nice. Don't be mean either. That's not true either. Just be chill. Oh, and go outside and talk to women.
What was I say? Oh yeah.
You like dicks? Is that what you said?
That's what I heard.
I heard I like dick. Like
no, like kind of like when guys kind of don't give you as much attention and like stuff like that, it kind of makes me want to like chase them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? That's
it's
not,
about the chase.
Yeah.
And if I'm not chasing you,
but that's like maturity versus immaturity. Like you probably aren't gonna find a husband if you're dating like that. But at 18 you don't. And at 18 you don't.
Yeah, that's some immatureness right there. Definitely. Super. That was kind of like a very immature statement there. But they're young.
Don't need a husband.
Like if guys don't do that, that's not like a break point for me. I'm just saying like
if he's simping after you probably won't take him seriously.
No,
right?
I would for sure. I've done that with a lot of guys, but
I mean, isn't that pretty common? Like girls like guys who are assholes.
I think it's kind of. I feel like a lot of people do that. Like it's the chase. You know what I mean?
I like when my man is like obsessed with me.
I like when my man is respectful and not an asshole.
Yeah. The little, what was that? The chick with the, oh, I know what those are called. I can't remember. With the pointy helmet. I don't know why she's wearing a pointy helmet, but yeah, she's right. It's respectful, not douchey. It's respectful is not the same as being like a nice guy. So just be chill, be respectful, go outside and talk to women.
I like when my man is respectful and not an asshole.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like I just know growing up, I was the nice guy and never got anything. And then even me and my guy friends would be like, I said this to this girl and she loved it. And I'm like, why do they like being mistreated or whatever? And I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be a villain. But I got turned into a villain. So sorry.
I think that depends on the women that you want to
or
be
select women differently. It's a trauma cycle.
So you're saying the women that I'm speaking to specifically are the ones that are into that, and there's girls that are.
You attract what you put out, or you attract the inverse of it. So like my most long-term client, he used to just go on dates with the strangest woman. Like one of them, she was like, "Yeah, I like to imitate dead animals."
Yeah, that's crazy.
Whoa.
Yeah, but that's
the woman said that.
Yes, it was. He used to attract very strange. He also lives in like a rural area.
They censored that word, but I mean, she didn't taxidermy that. It'd be kind of cool. It'd be interesting.
But that's when he was being a nice guy, but in reality, he wasn't being nice. He was letting himself be stepped on.
By letting her decapitate
it's like
animals?
No, like he would just date strange women. So I think if you're dating
that's some
desperate or traumatized or hurt woman, then you just aren't selecting who you're dating. Like, I'm not at a place to be dating someone for the rest of my life. I don't want a husband. I'm not ready for that. Therefore, the dudes who are carrying themselves in such a way that they want that type of commitment should not be trying to talk to me, because when I say, oh yeah, I'm flying out tomorrow, so let's reschedule our date, like I'm not. Basically, reevaluate who you're attracting, and if you feel like you have to be a douche to get them to like you, maybe don't go for them.
Yeah, well, I would
Did
say
that make sense?
I completely understand your viewpoint. I didn't attract any, like, being nice attracted nobody. Being not nice attracts people. Like,
Fair enough
Which is
observation.
crazy.
so it's like, but I'm just
do
speaking
you
from my
want a
perspective
busy
as a
love
guy.
life?
You can still be a kind and respectful person without giving off nice guy vibes. You just got to be chill, a little nonchalant, but like aggressive where it matters, you know? Not like aggressive towards her. That's crazy. Just aggressive in life so that she can see that you're not just like a nice guy, and you can still be a kind and respectful person. You don't have to be like when they're I hope this is what they're saying. Not being nice doesn't mean being mean. They're different things.
Life or very, like, I think it's very fair to want to just go on a bunch of dates, get a bunch of action, and if being not douchey but a little bit less attentive, I think that's super valid. And like, I have, not for very long, but I've worked with some men who want just casual dating, and then it's a few little tweaks and then boom, they get it. And that's valid. But if you want wifey, would wifey accept that behavior?
I see what you're saying. Yeah. And
It's
I'm
all
at
about your intentions.
I'm at a point where I don't have to act anyway. I've just, the way I am, I'm able to weed through. Yeah, I definitely don't have to put
Read
on
through
like
your
a
thousands of DMs.
I have to weed through them all. Nah, it's I've gotten to a better spot, but I remember being like a senior in high school, and it was like
I was also gonna say I feel like the younger crowd of women are more into that. Like a little like
As evidenced by
mature,
older women that
like nicer
they want men
guys.
that
Need a UGC video for your business? Find me and many other skilled creators on Fiverr. Or
take care of them and
exactly.
want to.
But in their youth, who were they going after? One of our previous male panelists on the show, Brandon, from way back, and I don't know if any of you girls have heard this saying. Maybe you've heard it. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it, but have any of you heard the saying, if you treat her like dirt, she'll stick to you like mud?
Oh no.
Interesting.
I've heard that.
It is catchy.
It is catchy. I don't know if there's any truth to it, but I wonder if part of it is like maybe, obviously women are attracted to confident men. Well, I think like maybe when some women are younger, they're going to confuse like that arrogance or asshole behavior as for confidence.
Absolutely.
And maybe
Yeah.
they are confident too. So it's almost like they'd rather date a guy who's an asshole but confident than date a guy who's nice but weak. Or a guy who's nice but
insecure,
because it's not attractive. And also I think, like, for example, I'm not an expert in psychology, but like there is a phenomenon where women will like get in touch, and there's a few potential explanations for this. Women will contact men who are in prison seeking like romantic relationships with these men who are like murderers, killers. Even like the fucking serial killers will get like attention from women. They'll be like sending him letters. They'll want to meet him, maybe even get married. What, did you send a letter to a prisoner the way you're looking at me right now? Oh, just the way you were looking. I was like, what, you sent
I also
pen
feel
pals?
like girls are into like, I've heard like some of my friends say this, they like toxic relationships, like they like the fighting.
The drama.
Yeah,
I think
they,
that's
like,
part of
seek
it too.
toxicity.
Yeah.
I do think that
That's crazy. That's a don't date those girls. Let them figure out their issues on their own.
that's
I
the
think
worst thing you can do is bore a woman. I think
Yeah.
I've heard
Yes,
that.
you can do anything except bore.
Yeah, I think you can do anything except bore a woman. So it's I think there's that component. I think another component is like a guy who's a criminal, who's like a right? He's capable of violence, and I think it does, like, there's an evolutionary component of like a guy who's capable of violence. You can sort of see that, okay, he would be prepared to defend you. And it's like sort of this, I don't know.
Makes sense.
That's
So it's
interesting.
like-
That's interesting. That makes sense. But
It's hot if a guy gets into like a fight over you.
yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There's the pathology.
And then if you just take it like really far, then you get to the Britney Spears in love with a criminal.
Yeah, I also feel like it's the aftermath of like the fight after, you know, when you have like there's like after fight sex.
You talking about the after sex? Wait,
yeah,
what?
have you guys heard of that?
Wait, what?
Just you.
Oh,
no, you know what I'm talking about. You fight and then after you have like the best sex.
Oh, yeah.
Makeup.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait,
makeup sex.
Oh, makeup like an argument?
Yeah, so like
Oh.
for a lot of I've like heard this like for a lot of people they would like fight with their significant other and then
the
they have
makeup
like
sex.
really good sex after.
Is this from first hand
Yes. Yes.
experience? Oh, so you would start shit with your
No,
boyfriend?
I wouldn't start shit on
Oh,
purpose.
okay.
But just,
Yeah, you would never
But
start an
also,
argument.
like, and then after the fight, he'd like comfort you and stuff like that. I think that's another reason.
All the things she is saying are extremely unhealthy. Really bad stuff.
I mean, I don't like toxic relationships, but I think that could be reasons why people do.
Okay, fair
Yeah.
enough.
I'd rather a man fight another man over me than fight
Well, yeah,
me.
Well,
But,
duh.
but then there's another thing that I've spoken about with one of my other friends as well. I'm a very calm, gentle guy, and the girls would be choke me, slap me, like in bed.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, that's crazy.
Mm.
Like, I don't want to hurt
Yeah.
you. Harder, this and that. And it's like, because there is something primal and instinctual about them wanting to be overpowered and dominated and violence. And it's like, yo, I do not want to be violent.
I've only
At
seen
all.
that in women who have like childhood trauma though.
I feel like a lot of girls
I'm,
be like
I'm thinking
choking
about.
me.
I can only
Yes.
speak from like
Bro,
my
I don't know what
friends.
happened in the past like 5 years or some shit. Every
It's a lot. It's a lot of them. It's most of them. Like almost all of them. In my experience, it's a lot.
chicks like
asking for
wants
that.
to be. You know
I
what?
mean,
that's
it's
horrible.
statistically they've figured out that it's because more women are watching more porn and porn
Ooh.
in like
Yeah, stop gooning, all of you, men and women. Stop it. Stop gooning. Porn. I'm not gonna say it should be banned, but it shouldn't exist because there shouldn't be a market for it because you should all be not gooning and doing something more important.
not OnlyFans. I mean, like the
Porn.
actual porn industry. That's they are so violent and it's desensitizing women
hate
and men
getting choked.
to both.
You hate
of
getting
those.
choked?
Hate.
What about the like maybe if some of the girl. Do you prefer gentle or rough sex?
Gentle.
It just depends on my mood. I don't mind either one.
I think he wanted a show of hands there, not a bunch of explanations.
Okay.
Depends on the man.
Depends on. Okay.
I feel like it definitely depends on the mood. Yeah.
Come on, guys. Just say you like to be choked. Come on. You don't have to. You guys can be honest. Just say you like to get your hair pulled and get spanked and all this shit. But
There's obviously a time and place for different types of intercourse. But yeah, it is quite the conundrum where it's like that fear and the danger and violence is like.
It's addicting. Stress
yeah.
is addicting, and so that's why women go bounce from toxic relationship to toxic relationship, because once you're in one, you live off of chaos and you live off of toxic energy and stress is cortisol in your body. And so when you're addicted to that dopamine rush, once it goes away, you have to have it back because you withdraw from it. So women are constantly seeking that dopamine rush because that's the only thing they know that they're getting dopamine from is abuse.
there definitely is like a rough sex meta. It seems like. You know what I think it might be? Maybe the girls can weigh in on this. I think they got corrupted by one dude. There's like some
It just takes
dude.
one
Oh
guy.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy that.
One guy who like is kind of into BDSM and he wants to tie you up and choke you and fucking spank you and put marks on you. Maybe not like hit you, but like whatever it is, and consensually.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of women might. I mean, 50 Shades of Grey is like was.
Yeah, it's in
That
movies.
could also be another
in movies
thing,
and
you
stuff
know,
too.
50 Shades of Grey.
Sex has gotten a lot more aggressive. I feel like in movies.
Word. And I wonder if it's like kind of a. I don't know what the right term is. Maybe you guys can help me out with this. I don't know if it's a domino effect or if it's a snowball. But it's like maybe girls are like heard something or they're like they heard from something from their girlfriends or they maybe had an experience with a guy and then they think, okay, all guys like that. Okay, I'm gonna ask him to choke me.
Almost like a trend.
Yeah, like snowball effect. So then guys are seeing all the girls who are wanting to be, and then so the guys start like going for it, and then the girls must think, oh, this is what all guys want, and so they ask for it. So it's like,
I think that's exactly what it is.
it's like a positive, negative, positive.
I don't know. I kind of feel like they just like having their hair pulled and being choked a little bit. Some of the stuff is crazy, like the slapping and, you know, tying up gets a little weird sometimes. But like with most girls, it's just like pull my hair and choke me a little bit, and that's like pretty standard at this point.
Positive wait, what's the term? There's a term for this.
It's negative reinforcement.
Yeah.
But we are way off the topic of the title. We've been way off the topic of the title for a while. Okay, video is almost over.
And now positive feedback loop, I think.
That sounds about right.
Positive feedback loop.
Reinforcement is rewarding the behavior, and positive is giving something rather than taking away.
So, yeah, good times.
We made it to a new day together.
Oh my God, Mr. Pay to Win, you are on fire. Thank you so much, man, for the gifted 20 subs on Twitch. Much appreciated. Actually, why don't we do this right now? Pull up Twitch really quick. Twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Drop us X out. Yeah, don't open. Thank you so much. You got nothing? Really. Okay, cool. I think I'm good on that.
All right. Yeah. It's a little bit cooked. Guys, go outside. Well, pay attention. Go outside and talk to women. All right. What do we have? Ooh, okay. This title is absolutely out of control. This title is crazy. Brian made delusional girl cry.
With over 2 billion monthly
when
users,
he told her she's
YouTube
not a
Ads
10.
makes it easy to
I'm
expand
just
your
repeat
reach.
that more time. We have Brian made delusional girl cry when he told her she's not a 10. There's the title there for all y'all. Because that's, I mean, his editor posted this on whatever's clip channel. I don't really know if making girls cry on the podcast is what you want to be known for, but apparently they're okay with that. Oh, we got Helmet Girl again. I feel like she must work here. What else we got? Anyone else? I don't recognize any of these people at all. I guess this girl's in the back too. Maybe she works there also. I don't know. All right, here we go. We'll see what's up. Let's see what's up with this. Who does Brian make cry?
So you gave yourself a rating of 10. So do you consider yourself the most attractive girl at the table?
This is such a silly... Like, they could think they're... Anyone can, like, think they're a 10 all day. Like, the world is gonna kind of naturally just kind of put you with wherever you belong. I don't know. The rating thing is kind of silly to me, but let's see where this goes.
I mean, I'm like myself. Everybody's beautiful in their own unique way. I'm not gonna.
Cop
women
out.
get scared.
Everybody.
To say that. Women get scared to say that.
Well,
No,
that's
no,
messed
but
up to say. But
you're the
I
only
love
girl-
myself, and I.
You're the only girl who said you were a 10. So are you?
No, I mean.
But you gave yourself the highest rating at the table. Do you think you're the most beautiful girl at the table?
No, I think they're all beautiful in different ways than me. Like I have black hair. Like you got the beautiful red hair. You got that. Everybody just looks very different. Oh, everybody just looks very different.
They're on your level, then.
I think I think they rated themselves very low compared to what they should be.
None of them are more attractive than you, though.
No, I think that they're more attractive in different ways.
More attractive in different ways?
Yeah, like we got a blonde, we got everybody different, you know?
Is this the girl he's gonna make cry? It must be. It is interesting. If you say you're a 10, are you at a table of women that just said they aren't 10s? Are you kind of saying that you're the most beautiful person at the table? I don't know. Are you? I don't know. Is it subjective? Is it like, I don't know.
Yeah, but being blonde in and of itself is typically not going to be sufficient
No, well, they all look good.
True.
It's just that we all are different people, and beauty is subjective. So me saying I get like lots of hate.
I do like the blonde one. She got a bunch of tattoos.
I get told I look ugly all the time, but I'm so used to it. I've been doing social media since I was 14.
Okay.
Like, I'm very used to it, and I understand.
Wait, you get told you're ugly all the time?
Yes. And I get called fat. I get called ugly. And I mean, I'm not mad. I don't listen to it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really care if people want to hate on the way I look.
I mean, it seems like you're actually receiving, albeit insulting feedback on your looks. So the 10 rating, let me ask you a question. If you were to be rated by, say, a group of 1,000 men, what do you think the average rating would be for you?
So I think that I have some features that are considered conventionally attractive and some features that are not. Like, I'm more hourglass, but then obviously some men prefer like thinner women. Some men don't like, I have a big nose. I have a very big Polish nose. And like, some people don't like that. Like, that's something I get hate on a lot. And I mean, I'm not gonna.
Who like walks up to a random woman and is like, I hate your nose? That's weird.
It's all subjective. I think probably they would say yes. But I'm not gonna lie, like, I do feel like I get hit on a lot. I feel like I would get rated okay. Like, I think I'm more attractive than
Are we arriving at
average.
an answer soon, or?
Like an 8 maybe.
Okay.
Okay, so we've now adjusted our self-assessment down 2 points because Brian gave the smallest amount of pushback ever. Okay.
But I think that many.
Why do you
I'm still not understanding the point, but maybe we'll get to one soon.
think there's a difference between what you think? So you think you're a 10, but
Yes.
the average of what 1,000 men would rate you as an 8. Why do you think there's a difference there?
Because not everybody likes the same thing.
Right, but this would be the average. So in this cohort of 1,000 men, there could be some men that
Yeah.
rate you a 10.
And some people are like, oh, I only date blondes, so you're a 2. Like, everybody likes different things.
You know, does that really exist?
Yes.
I
mean, it's subjective.
Well, hold on. But so let me ask you a question. A guy who only dates blondes, do you think he would prefer to date a woman who's facially beautiful but is a brunette versus an ugly blonde woman? Which do you think he would rather choose or date?
The attractive one, the brunette one.
Well, then based on this, it's clear to me that being blonde is not enough to shift the needle.
Yes, but I'm saying, like, I mean, it's not real. Like, it's not like we're all ranked. There's no, like, objective number that all of us are. It's all subjective. I like really ugly men.
It is mostly subjective. Wait a minute. What did she just say?
I'm saying, like, I mean, it's not real. Like, it's not like we're all ranked. There's no, like, objective number that all of us are. It's all subjective. I like really ugly men.
Well, gentlemen, if this chick ever asks you out, you know you are an ugly man. You heard it from her. All right? I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but there you have it.
Like, I love an ugly man with a big messed up nose.
I love big
Yes,
noses.
a big messed up nose. And all my friends are like, ew, why are you dating that ugly man? I'm like, well, he's a 10 to me. Like, there's no objective.
Well, hold on.
See, there's hope for all of you. Go outside and talk to a woman.
But you said he's ugly.
Yes, but like, I like ugly men.
No,
That's
but
a 10.
how are you able to come to the determination he's ugly?
Because people want to call him ugly. People like, all of the boys I've dated ever, people are like, oh, why would you date him?
But you get a lot of negative comments as well telling you're ugly, so why aren't you ugly then?
I'm ugly to some people.
But you call another man ugly because other people telling he's ugly, and you say
I mean,
a lot of
listen,
people
just
calling me ugly, so why aren't you then like a 5 or 6 instead of a 10?
Why are women delusional?
What is it?
That's a little far. She is saying some things that don't really make sense. Like, if she's attracted to them, she doesn't think they're ugly, but she's saying they're ugly. Like, or her friends are saying they're ugly. This is confusing.
What is it? What
Men
are
are also
ugly
delusional.
qualities to you as compared to attractive qualities? Like when you date an ugly man, what is ugly about him that's like undesirable, but you get over that?
It's not undesirable. It's just that when I think of the word ugly, I think of, because it's all subjective. For example, I have a big hump nose. Some people don't like that, but I figure that makes a man a 10 to me. I like a big nose. And so like, it's all just like, I'm not gonna lie, beauty is subjective, and a lot of the ideas of where we get beauty, like the ideas of beauty are like, at least we're in America, it's like American standards. You know what I mean?
think I have a pretty
Like the
normal
blue
nose.
eyes, the blonde hair, the
I say I have a pretty normal nose. My grandfather got a freaking honker. And now that he's getting really old, it's like growing extra noses off of it. It's crazy. It's wild.
Standards are
I don't
made
She would like him.
think
because
that's
a lot
I
of
don't
group
think
of
that's
people
even-
find the
I don't
same
even
thing
think that's close
attractive,
to it.
right?
What is
Standards
it
are
saying?
being
Beauty
made
is
because a
the-
lot
in
of
the
people
eye of the
find the
beholder?
same person
No, that's not
attractive,
true,
the same
actually.
features,
In
right?
different country, you're right. In different country, the beauty standard can be so drastically different. You can rate someone a 1, and in China it would be a 10. Seriously. So
There's no
in
objective
different
standard.
places,
I don't think 1 and 10 are like interchangeable just because you went to China. Like I don't.
European
Africa
too.
is different.
And
Wait,
yeah,
hold on.
same.
You're saying like a woman who's a 10 in China is going to be a 1 in the U.S.?
I mean,
that could happen, yes.
There's no chance that could happen. There's no chance at all that that would happen.
Even though, wait,
the
hold
reverse
on.
can happen, too.
But hold on. So you aren't aware of the
American men are notoriously fond of Chinese girls. So even if there was a country that a 10 in China could go to and become a 1, it would not be here. It would definitely not be here.
phenomenon that white men in Western countries tend to lean towards being white. White men actually tend to assess Asian women as very attractive.
They do.
Yeah. Well, that's true. But what I'm saying is that there exists, like the
What are
beauty
you saying?
standards are different. A lot of women are really popular here in America. You guys treat as actresses in our country. When we were growing up, we're like, what? We would never like even pick her out of the street. That's our perception. So when I come to US, I realize, oh my God, like the big
Well, yeah, but we don't pick actresses. We don't make women actresses just because they're 10s. We generally, they're not horrendous looking, although sometimes it's like whatever. It's because they fit the role in the movie. So like, just because someone's in a movie doesn't mean we're like endorsing them as like the most beautiful woman alive. Like they're just a person in a movie.
ass is in. Like in China, if you have big ass, you get lipo. Like you'll be like a stick. The skinnier, it's like this little, like chopsticks. So it's like so different, drastically different. You
And
know?
it changes by decades too.
It's so different. Yeah. If you look at the portrait of the Ming Dynasty.
I don't think men here actually really like the whole like BBL fake big tits, all that like extra look. I don't really think we like love that look. I don't think that's a thing.
Like
I think like women think we do. Or I don't even know what it is because I don't know. I have no idea.
women are beautiful, like very curvy, and they have like no chin because it was like very wealthy looking. You know, that's beauty, and it's different. at
Because
different
they were
times.
natural back then. Now we go to the plastic surgery because
No,
we
it's
are
because
insecure.
the standards are different now. It changes so much. Everything changes.
Yeah, I don't think those standards come from men though. I think they come from other women. I think they like made up this Kim Kardashian look, but we don't actually I don't know any men that actually like that. I don't know one, not one. I mean, obviously there's some probably, but I don't think that came from men.
And like, I mean, I think it's kind of a little bit disrespectful to call me delusional because I'm addressing
Yeah,
the
you're
fact
not
that
delusional.
most men, not everybody thinks I'm a 10 because listen, I think I'm a 10 and you asked me what I thought. You didn't ask me what everybody else thinks. And so you're not going to change my opinion of myself by being disrespectful to me. And
Well, I don't think it's disrespectful if
You
you're
do this a lot.
actually delusional.
You literally is a 10 to a lot of Chinese men. Why? Because first of all, your nose is really tall. You know,
Oh,
in
no, yeah,
China,
you like
people
that.
would
Yeah.
put so much stuff to make their nose tall. And the reason I realized that is when I was younger, I watched a TV show. This actress
was
has
not the point.
really tall nose. And then like,
And then I was just thinking, yeah, sorry, I'm interrupting. I just think you're a 10, and I think
Is a
you're not
10 a
delusional.
person who has no room for improvement?
No, I do have room for improvement, but regardless, I still love myself at all times.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, if you're saying you're a 10, you're saying you're perfect, right? So I would say like maybe the highest you could be is like a 9 then. Because like I guess maybe there's a few 10s.
That's great. I think that's
Wait,
awesome.
did you say you were going to be better looking in 10 years' time?
Yeah, but I'm...
Stop buying courses. But first things first, let me build your store free today and then get...
Nah.
I mean, I can
20
still...
years' time?
I mean...
Or I forgot your answer. Just
you didn't
was
ask
the
me the
answer?
20 years. I mean, maybe... Probably I would look older, but like I think I'll probably look good for like a
But so will you be better looking?
No, probably not.
No, 38 or sorry, you're 21.
30,
excuse me.
20,
will you be
31.
better looking at 31 as compared to now at 21?
I think yes, because I'm starting my career out. I'm making more money.
I think women are more attractive at 30 than 20. I don't know if that's a popular opinion, but yeah, generally speaking, more attractive at 30. It might just be because I'm in my 30s now, so.
Able to get more cosmetic procedures. In the next month I get like my whole body done, for the most part, not a BBL, but
Well, one thing though, so if you're going to be better...
Oh, she shouldn't do that. She's going to ruin everything. Don't, natural body supremacist here. Don't get all the crazy crap done.
Looking in 10 years' time, how can you possibly be a 10 now if you'll be better looking? Because 10 is the top you can go. You can't be better looking than a 10.
I love myself right now, and I would be completely fine like if I just stayed like this.
Also, where's the part where she starts crying? Because nobody's crying yet. I don't know what this title is about.
Rest of my life, I'm a very confident person, but it's like I can still, I'm always, and also society is always changing. So like for example, like you look at the beauty trends of what women look like however many years ago, the little thin eyebrows, all that stuff, it's like it's constantly changing. Like you might like the clothing and everything changes, and in 10 years it could be completely different, and I think I'll look good for that time.
Well, I have another question then. You said you're going to be getting, how many plastic surgery procedures are you getting?
I'm getting lipo in my arms, and I'm getting 360 lipo, which is your waist, and I already have a...
Just go in a caloric deficit for like 6 months.
very small waist.
Why?
Because I want to... I feel like, you know, like when you play video games and you have like the character in the skin, you save up, you get the skin, you like upgrade. I'm like, oh, like this will be like, I don't know. And also you have to think I'd probably make more money. Like, I mean, maybe not.
So you're getting lipo.
But I do.
You're getting lipo in the arms.
Yes.
Lipo in the belly.
And I'm getting a small implant put in.
And then hold on. Hold on.
Kind of, yes.
Hold on. Well,
what the heck does she need implants for? This is crazy.
In addition to my other question, again, how can you possibly be a 10 now if you need to get these cosmetic surgeries?
No one said I needed them. It's just...
Well, you're
like
getting them regardless.
Well, I am in the adult industry, and I probably would make more money if I was like...
Okay. That explains a lot. I didn't know she was in the... Although it's the whatever show, there's usually a couple.
That's a kind of a big thing, and I'm not.
So what will you be? So okay, so but these procedures are going to improve your looks.
Yes.
So then, what number will you be after the procedures?
I will always consider myself a 10.
11.
I do what I want with the way I look.
But how can, if it's increasing your physical attractiveness?
Bro, you getting all down to these specifics. You want me to say I'm like a 9? I don't care what you say. I really don't care what you think about how I look.
That's fine.
I think the question isn't about your
don't
self-perception. It's more about like the free market doesn't think you're a 10 is what he's saying.
And I think that's wrong. I think you're not delusional. I think he's wrong because he's not thinking about other market. There's American market. There's Chinese market. There's all kinds of.
You live in the United States.
She's the public figure. OnlyFans is everywhere, right? You get traffic everywhere.
Clear, you think she's a 10?
Stop gooning, boys. Stop. OnlyFans models should not be public figures. That's crazy. Stop. Stop paying for porn. Stop watching porn. Stop.
And in Korea?
She can be a 10 to some woman. You're beautiful. Yes.
I'm fat in Korea. I'm fat in a lot of Asian
Why are we
countries.
just like debating her looks?
Yeah, it's kind of like why, like you really, like you can, like listen, you can think I'm not a 10. I don't care. Listen, I don't care, and I really don't care what you think about. But I think it's so crazy to get on a podcast and debate how a woman.
Maybe this girl with the dyed red hair is the one that actually makes her cry. That's my prediction. That's what I think's about to happen.
I don't. Well, I'll tell you why it's important.
Why?
And let me also just.
Well, why have we spent 20 minutes, like 15 minutes talking about this?
I think,
It's only been 11
girls, I
minutes.
think you're feeling the wrong way. To be no, not the wrong way you're saying or her answer or anything. Don't like come after me. Jesus Christ, you're saying why are you viewing the point of view, la 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 la, etc. etc. Are you alright?
Well, it's kind of like stressful.
Oh shit. She started. We missed it.
Putting the wrong way. To be no, not the wrong way you're saying or her answer or anything. Don't like come after me. Jesus
She's good.
Christ, you're saying why are you viewing the point of
She's
view,
good.
la
Oh,
la la la, etc.
and there it goes.
Are you alright?
Well, it's kind of like stressful. You're getting me on a podcast to debate how I look, and I've already said I don't care.
No. We talked
Okay, she might care a little.
about like
Can you
a
just stop
man's
talking?
And it's a little bit stressful.
what?
And I'm not gonna lie,
Don't
you're
tell
kind of
me
being
to
a
stop
dickhead
talking.
right now.
Who the
Like,
fuck are
can
you?
you give her some tissue paper, please?
Yeah,
I'm
go
good.
get it then.
I'm
Jesus
good,
Christ.
but it's a little bit overwhelming having a full team
She's ruthless.
of people. You do social media, and I do social media. I'm on live every day doing all my social media, but it's overwhelming. It is overwhelming, and you're kind of being a dickhead because what did I do?
Well, I thought you didn't care. I mean, how?
I don't care, but it's overwhelming.
That's badgering.
It's not
And you
badgering.
just want to
so
keep
we're
talking about
having
it over and over again for God knows how long. How much longer you want to go on about it? I don't give a fuck. Call me an 8. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what the fuck you want to call me. I already said that I think I'm a 10, and this discussion is really pointless.
Well, it does have.
It is extremely pointless. It is an extremely pointless conversation.
A point. So.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm ugly then.
I
I
think
don't
what
care.
he was trying to say.
Well, how
is-
about you
is
let
just-
me make?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I've been
I'll let you
interrupted.
speak for
I've been
yourself.
interrupted like 3 times in a row. I'm trying to make my point, but go ahead. Go ahead. Make
I'm
your
gonna,
point.
I'm gonna let you speak
No, go
for
ahead.
yourself.
Go
Let the
ahead.
man speak.
I just think that he was trying to say if you think you're a 10
Bro, chill.
now, that if you're getting work done, then isn't there room for improvement? He's not saying that you're
Yeah,
not
but
beautiful. You are beautiful.
No, I get the point he's trying to make, but it's like, I don't know, like Kylie Jenner, all these beautiful women, you can say they're a 10 and they can still go get stuff done.
Kylie regrets it though.
Yeah, that's.
I don't think they're beautiful.
I don't.
Agreed. Who is this guy? I like this guy. Totally agreed. They're not beautiful. They're crazy looking. And they're like all fake and whatever. It's gross. Yeah.
Well, guess what? It's so subjective. Like
Exactly.
Can we let
Right,
him make
so-
his point?
Okay, so you take issue with me using the word delusional, so let me just provide a definition.
What?
Characterized by or holding false beliefs or judgments about external reality that are held despite incontrovertible evidence to the contrary. So, or having false or unrealistic beliefs or opinions. So, I think the reality is there's a lot of women who come on the show. By the way, we ask this question every single
I'm
show.
very aware, and you always do this.
No, don't always do it. I mean, if a girl gives herself a 7, or even if she gives herself a 7, but she's not a 7, I don't really push it. But to say you're a 10 is to say that you are on par with the most beautiful women in the world. And I'm not sure I'm prepared to I'm not really sure I'm prepared to accept that.
Some men will think she's more beautiful than the
I don't
most
care
beautiful
what-
person.
Like
in
I
the
said,
world.
I like ugly men. I would.
Think.
Listen,
I don't
who's
care
some-
what some men think.
Who's some of the most attractive men you would ever see? I would turn them down immediately over like some like mid white boy. Like that's just how it is, and it's subjective.
Well, it's not subjective
like-
because you've just made a categorization. So you said there's beautiful men and there's mid men. Why are you able to make an objective determination about someone's physical appearance, but you can't do that to yourself?
She didn't make an objective judgment. It was subjective, right? You think someone is ugly, it's subjective.
She said there's beautiful men and there's mid men. That's a categorization.
Yeah, she categorized it in her mind. She thinks he's ugly, and someone thinks she's beautiful.
It's weird that she goes for guys that she thinks are ugly. Like, you can say that you think she's not really helping her argument. There are ways to get out of this mess that Brian has created. There are definitely ways. She's not doing it, though.
It's in his mind. It's not by different
But she's saying,
and this chick is not helping.
she's saying she likes to date those men who she's made a judgment and a determination on that they are less physically attractive by some sort of objective metric.
That's not conventionally attractive.
Right, you might be attracted to men, but for other reasons. Like maybe he's got a good personality.
I date these broke men. I'm not in it for like literally like I'm so not. It's just it is about the personality, and I don't care. Like just because I say they're ugly doesn't like maybe conventionally speaking they're considered ugly, but not to me.
Okay, so.
And I literally it's so like. Dude, like you're literally on a podcast debating a 21. How old are you? 21? I'm 21. You're debating a 21.
How is that relevant?
Because it's your grown ass man.
What? And you asked.
Oh, okay. You can vote. You're an adult.
This is a show about dating relationships and how women and men perceive each other and themselves.
But how long have we been talking about this? A very long time.
But the podcast is 6 hours or whatever. We're just filling time here, having a discussion.
Okay, well, I'm over it. I'm done.
I think it's just a matter of opinion.
It is a matter of opinion. That's what I've said the whole time, and you're gonna say
And
I'm
I don't think you
delusional.
should let it get to
really,
you. Don't let it get to you.
You're doing great.
No. Hold
You're
on.
literally pretty for a living.
Yes,
Right?
that's the good point.
Well, yeah, but you might not be a 10 for a living, but you're doing great. You shouldn't be emotional. You're doing all right.
No, I'm not upset. I'm upset because listen, I'm an emotional person, and it's just a little bit overwhelming.
I think.
Boys, stop gooning. Stop gooning. Stop it. Stop.
Well, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, obviously.
But
I think if you are making
Oh
categories about men, what you are saying, you are right. You have to be honest to yourself as a woman. In what category do I fail in?
Bro, it's crazy to me because like women are super picky and you guys literally have laundry lists of like what a guy has to meet physically, personality wise. You guys have lists of what a guy has to bring to the table. But when guys start talking about like, okay, here's what we want, and whenever it gets into the realm of physical appearance, which by the way, women care way fucking more than men about this shit. I guarantee you go on a fucking dating app, y'all are swiping no on 90% of the dudes without reading their fucking profile. Instantly, you look at the first photo, mid, don't
That's
like
true.
him. Y'all are way pickier. Y'all are way pickier about looks than men. So I'm not gonna take this like, oh, this is like misogyny men, or like, oh, why do they care so much about looks? Y'all care way fucking more about.
It's okay that you care about looks.
Y'all care way fucking more about this
I
shit.
definitely agree with that.
And so I'll tell you exactly why it matters and why I push back on what I view as women having an overinflated sense of their own physical attractiveness. So let me start by asking a question. Do you think that there are men out there?
Yeah, he's going to explain hypergamy and blah, blah, blah. The woman being alpha widowed and all this crap that all of this stuff only applies to like 15% of the population.
Who think that they're more attractive than they actually are.
Yes.
Do you think there are men who think they're hot shit, but they're not?
90%.
So that's you.
Womp womp.
But so I'm sure you object to men who think who's super fucking cocky and who think they're hot and think they can, get all these girls, but they don't. Right?
Yeah.
But somebody thinks you're that much and more. So
yes, exactly.
You know who they are.
I'm not saying there's going to be guys that are attracted to you. That's not what I'm trying to argue here. But like, if you can say that there are men out there who think that they're hot but they ain't nothing.
But guess what? I'm not mad about them saying that.
But you might say they're delusional.
I mean, maybe, but I mean, I don't know. It depends. Because a lot of them, like, maybe I don't like them, but like there are other women that do. There's a reason they're like that.
Actually, I would say that. So.
Like, listen, I'm in college. Do you know how many boys that I have to deal with that?
Actually, I got to push back on this specific thing too. So I would actually argue that in terms of what men will find attractive, men have, in terms of what they deem physically attractive, men have a much wider margin of like women they'll find attractive. Like I would say most men find most women attractive. Most women definitely don't find most men attractive.
That's true.
And this is why you have average women who think they deserve the fucking world. They're mid chicks who deserve like a top tier dude.
Guys, just go outside and talk to women. It's not that big of a deal. Just go outside, talk to women in real life. Okay? This is like dating app stuff. It doesn't really apply in real life.
You don't.
And what's wrong with
average
that?
women deserve average men deserve average women.
Guess what?
And what's going on, hold on, what's going on in the dating marketplace, especially on dating apps, you got average women who can get sexual access to really attractive men. They'll never get commitment, but they'll spend their 20s.
Yep, exactly. It's dating app shit. Just go outside and talk to women.
In the attractive dudes, never getting commitment, getting passed around by boys, and then when it's time to settle, when they're in their late 20s or 30s, they're going to feel entitled to a certain caliber of guy that'll never give them commitment. They're going to settle for a guy who's actually in their league. That guy's not going to get good treatment. It's going to be terrible for the relationship. But a lot of women, because it's a global marketplace, you can hop on Instagram, you can hop on a dating app
Just
and get
go outside and talk
average
to women.
chicks can get
okay?
down like
It's not
3
that
times
deep.
a day if they want to.
Yeah, they
That's their
can.
issue. That's not like
Men are just
men's
more
issue.
sexual.
Yeah.
Selling all.
It's not that deep, boys. Just go outside and talk to women, okay? BRB. All right, what do we have next? Debate turns to screaming.
I have my view.
This one is from the Crucible, so we got another Andrew Wilson one, I assume. Oh, yeah. Debate turns to screaming. Andrew educates. I don't know why they capitalized educates. Woman on whatever podcast. All right, let's see what today's education is about. We'll see how true this is.
And I feel like people should be able to have their views as well, and to have their preferences. And I also think that when women are able to have the option to stay home and it's not necessarily forced, it's so much more appreciated. But also there I do want to go back in time and, you know, talk to some of the women who are like, oh, I hate having to just sit at home and take care of kids and animals all day. I want to go out into the workforce and, you know, I want to push major university. Like,
there's actually
no.
very few of them, just so you know. The anti-suffrage, when it comes to feminism,
Mhm.
the anti-suffragettes far outnumbered the suffragettes.
Mm.
Far and away outnumbered them.
Yeah, it's mostly marketing. It's all a lot of marketing.
So I guess the real question is, why do you think the men
allowed it?
Voted it in? Because the men were the ones that voted it in.
Because they had people like Rockefeller who were doing this mass funding behind the scenes, and there was occult roots that go all the way back to the early, basically Protestantism brought you feminism.
But how do you
could
think
read,
they convinced the general male population that
exactly.
it should happen?
Wait, so you don't think we should vote?
That's your view?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I think women should be able to vote, but I'm not a feminist.
Why?
but how-
Why do you think they should be able to vote?
Why shouldn't I be able to vote?
Well, that's not my question. That's answering my question with a question.
No,
Yeah, but
that is.
Do you
why
think I should
shouldn't
have
be
to
able
pay
vote? I think I
taxes?
should.
Well, so
You're
let's
right.
start-
Wait. We didn't
so let's
get
start.
to
So
your
let's start over.
Millie, we didn't
Let's
get
start
to your
over.
taxes.
Hang on. Let's start over.
Should I pay taxes?
It's so much fun when they all talk at exactly the same time.
Your position is you should be able to vote.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Why should you be able to vote?
Because I'm an American citizen and I pay taxes.
Okay. So let's assume for a second, as you know.
What if you don't pay taxes?
No, most people in America do not pay taxes. Do you think they should be able to vote?
Well, the problem with your reasoning is we have a law that says you can't have taxation without representation.
Yeah. So
I'm not sure how that's relevant.
Therefore,
the law doesn't say
if
that
you're a
because there's
tax-paying American, and that's why they debate this in D.C. all the
That's
time.
insane.
D.C. residents are paying taxes, and they don't have proper representation.
This is, first of all, this is a goalpost move. I'm not going to let you get away with it. We're going to move right back, and then I'm going to address that second point after we move right back and destroy your first point. The first point,
You're not gonna
there
destroy
are
anything.
people. Yes, I will. Watch.
No, you won't.
There are the first point are the first point is there are people right now who pay no taxes, right?
What about?
Should they be able to vote?
Probably not.
Okay, so you would
Yes.
agree that those
They
people
should still be able
so
to
you,
vote.
Not arguing with you yet.
Let's do split.
So we should be able.
That is crazy.
So then, as we look at this, then we should be able to see that you want for at least some people to not be able to vote, right?
Well, I'm saying that Americans have the right to vote. That's what it
okay. So then, should I'm asking you an ought, not an is. I'm not asking you what.
Oh boy. Okay. So it doesn't even matter who's correct. Andrew's obviously going to win this exchange. It doesn't even matter if he's right or wrong. I mean, she is already completely lost. She's completely lost. She doesn't know what he's asking. She's answering questions that have nothing to do with anything. This is yeah. Okay. I have a feeling the title is a bit misleading because I don't think she's going to learn anything from this.
What is true? I'm asking you what
How
ought
about
to
let
be
me
true.
ask you a question?
You can ask me a question. You have to answer my question.
Wait. We got.
taxes?
We missed.
I just want to know why you think we shouldn't be able to vote.
Wait.
Are we that emotional?
Wait.
So anyway, so
Should
back.
women pay taxes?
Calm down, relax.
You calm down.
One step at a time. Yeah, telling you to calm down is me being emotional. So
Yeah, you are. You seem to be getting a little frustrated.
I don't know.
over there.
You seem to be kind of a dumbass. You want to answer my questions.
Okay.
Oh boy. Yeah, they're not even going to get. They're not going to even get to the topic.
So an ought from an
Ad
is.
hominem attacks.
Do you know what an ought and an is? Is claim, is true, ought, should happen.
That's not ad hom, by the way. That's just an insult.
Mhm.
Should everybody be able to vote?
Who's everybody? Should Americans be able to vote? I
Yes.
don't think
Okay.
illegal immigrants should be able
Don't
to
be
vote.
pedantic. Should all Americans be able to vote?
Are all Americans required to pay taxes at work?
Yes.
Yes.
But do all Americans pay taxes?
And guess what happens to those who aren't paying taxes? They
Nothing.
get in trouble with the IRS.
No, they don't. Most people don't
Well,
pay
ma-
anything into the tax system. They're not a net positive tax system.
Well, if
What
they're
are
not
you
making
talking
an
about?
income, then they don't have
No, they
to.
make.
She's confusing filing taxes, which you're supposed to do, with paying taxes, which most people receive more tax money than they pay in taxes. So whether it's actually through like a tax return or just the use of services, you usually get more out of the tax system than you pay in for most people.
An income.
No, if they're not making an income, they don't have to
Listen,
file.
no,
And therefore,
there are people who make
they wouldn't
more
be having to file.
back from the government on an earned income child credit than they pay into the government.
Okay, and that's
Should those
another
people
issue.
be able to vote?
You're still not convincing me why women
I'm
should
not
be able
trying to
vote.
convince you. I'm asking you a question. Should those people be able to vote?
But
She's not going to answer any questions. He should go to the other girl.
Should American citizens be able to vote? Yes.
Well, then your argument that just because they pay taxes doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm saying that's one of the reasons
let me
why I
finish,
should
and then
be
I'll
able
let
to
you
vote.
finish.
I
I
pay
promise.
taxes.
Let me finish, and I'll let you
And
finish.
we have a law that says
Relax,
we have
lady.
to have
Let me finish my point. I'll let you
representation.
finish your point. So, if that is true, then your original argument of, hey, wait a second, people who pay taxes, because they pay taxes, they should be able to vote. But we've just established many Americans do not pay taxes, and you still think they ought to vote. So your first argument's moot. Now let's move to the second one.
No, it's not moot.
Then explain it to me again.
I have a question.
Explain to me why women should be able to vote. I still haven't heard you explain
Okay,
anything.
I'll get to it. I promise you I'll answer your
Because
questions
we have a law
after
in
we
the
go through
United
yours.
States that says we have to have. There's a
Laws
law
are
that
changeable.
says no taxation without representation. Are women?
The existence of a current law is an is claim. He's asking for an ought. Why ought it be that way? Not is it this way?
And just as
Can we move past that point? I just want to know why he thinks we shouldn't be able to vote.
What law says that because you should have representation, okay,
You don't
that
have
means
representation
everybody
if you
should be
can't
able to vote?
If you cannot vote, you do not have representation.
Okay,
They're
voting
arguing
rights.
a legal matter in D.C.
Most people
because
in
DC
American
doesn't have
history
proper
could not vote.
representation and they're paying taxes, so
most-
therefore it's in violation of the law.
No, it's not. Most
yes, it
men
is.
and women. First of all, voting rights are affirmed in the negative. You know this, right? They're affirmed
Don't assume that she knows anything.
in the negative. There is no right to vote.
Andrew's first mistake.
Because you have no right
They're
to
negative
do
rights,
anything.
is what he's saying.
They're negative rights. Negative rights, not positive rights. Meaning you don't have to do any of these things, and they're only affirmed in the negative. States,
Yeah, you don't have to vote.
States themselves used to always
But
be
you
the
have the
ones
right.
who had jurisdiction over this. Now, when it came to voting itself, and when it comes to voting, even right this second, all the laws say is that if there is a vote, you can't be barred based on X, Y, and Z. Not that there even has
I
to
think
be
you're
one.
actually
You used to
avoiding.
need to,
I
like,
think you're
serve in the
actually
military
avoiding
to
explaining
vote.
why women shouldn't be able to vote. So,
So-
you tell me, why should women not be able to vote?
Okay, so I'm going to answer, but I want to promise from you that we're going to go right back to this, so that because I'm not going to let you weasel out of it.
I didn't weasel
by
out
an
of it.
incessant
I asked-
peppering
I
of
answered your questions,
without answering any.
and you're
I don't actually think she's weaseling. I just think she is completely lost. She's totally lost.
asking the same
No,
question repetitively.
because
So
I have already shown a
answer my
flaw
question.
in your logic.
There's no flaw in the logic
I'll
there.
I'll explain the
explained it
flaw
to you.
again. The flaw is if your argument is people who pay taxes should be able to vote. We've already established there's multiple people who don't pay taxes. So why ought they be able to vote? Your answer is duh.
That's not my answer.
Then what's your answer?
I said that Americans are supposed to be able to vote. They're supposed to have representation. There are tax-paying
Based on law,
women.
right?
Are there women that pay
We're
taxes?
talking about an ought. We're talking about an ought, not
Are
an
there women that
is.
pay taxes?
Yes, of course.
So they should. You're saying they should not be able
My
to vote.
argument is not that taxpayers should be able to vote. That's your argument.
Okay, I'm saying women should be able to vote.
I know, and I'm asking you why.
Other than
I'm saying women have a right to vote because we're American citizens.
Mhm.
We're
That
taxpayers.
is true. Why
We're property
ought-
owners.
but-
We have a stake in the interest of the country.
Should only property
we should
be
have
able?
representation.
Okay, so should only property owners be able to vote?
Everyone should be able to vote.
So
What if
we're-
we say
'cause-
that? It's a
'cause
human right
again-
to be able to vote. Then why cannot
the
women vote?
problem-
Stop arguing with her and just tell
the
us why
problem-
you don't think women
No,
right to
I'm
vote.
gonna finish my argument over here. So anyway,
Okay.
we have to distinguish an ought from an is. You
And
keep
you
on saying it
still
is
are
true.
refusing
Chair one is so mad.
to say you're the one
Yes,
who
I'm gonna
initially
get
came
to
out
it.
and said
Mhm.
you think women should not
Yes,
be allowed
that's
to
correct.
vote, and you still haven't even made a sound argument.
Because you gave me your reasoning first. So I'm just going through your line
No,
of
we
reasoning.
spoke about one thing.
Mhm.
I have many reasons why I believe this, and you're honing
Now
in on
I
one
will
thing.
give you my reasoning, and we can see if there's any flaw in my argumentation.
Okay, here we go.
Men are the enforcers of rights. And because they're the enforcers of rights, they deserve to have all the privileges that comes with enforcement. Women are not the enforcement of rights, including for other women. Only men can enforce the rights of women. Therefore, only men should be able to have the stake and the claim to vote. Period.
How can only men enforce the rights?
Well,
Well, oh boy. It's all right. So it's called force doctrine. And it's something that the traditionalists like to use quite a bit to signify why men should have a higher say in kind of what we do in society. In this case, it's voting. And so basically, because men have to be the enforcement arm, we have to be. We will always fight the wars. We'll always be most police officers. We will always be most of the builders, the construction, the infrastructure. We will always be most of these things until we reach some sort of transhumanist future sci-fi utopia, which is possible. And then we can come back to this discussion. And Andrew's saying that because of all those things, only men should be able to vote. I don't agree with him. I have a very different view about who should be able to vote and who shouldn't, but this is Andrew's argument. He's definitely going to win this because she has no idea what's going on, but that's the argument he's making.
I'm glad that you asked. You have rights, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is a right?
Oh boy, yeah. So she's toast. You don't have rights. Rights don't exist. You have entitlements granted to you through the force of the government that is providing you with those entitlements. There's no such thing as rights.
A right is something that basically we've defined out through a Bill of Rights or a Constitution.
Something the government can't do to you.
It's an entitlement absent a duty.
Right.
Is that a right?
Well, what do you mean by absent a duty?
Hey, Helmet Girl's here again. And there's also some kind of helmeted soldier in the back. Interesting.
There's no duty with your rights.
We're given, we have God-given inherent rights in America.
No. No.
Okay.
Right, and that's where we enshrine our rights from, is the rights that God gave us.
So God...
At one point in history, the rights that the entitlements that we decided to codify into law were loosely based off of the rights that Christians believe were endowed to us by God, but we don't have God-given rights in America. That's crazy.
God gave you the right to own a gun?
Exactly.
He gave us the right to self-defense.
Did he give you a right to own a gun?
He didn't give you either of those.
He gave us the right to self-defense.
Yeah, I know, but that's not my question. Why do you keep on not answering my question? Did he give you a right to own a gun?
This chick in the background behind her is so lost.
Or is that... Okay, he did. So that was not your right to own a gun is not something which can be taken away from you.
Here's the other thing. You say only men can be enforcers of law. There are women can actually have a gun.
Laws, I said
and they can
rights.
Enforce rights. They can protect rights with guns.
Some of them.
As well, because guns are equalizers.
So let me explain.
Guns are not equalizers.
This the best way. Let me explain this the best way I possibly can.
They give children guns in some countries.
Let me explain this the best way.
That's crazy. They do that, but that's crazy.
That I possibly can.
So women can also
you're just
have
prattling.
guns.
You're just prattling.
It's not prattling.
And it's not children. It's young boys and teenage boys and young men.
I thought you wanted the explanation. Do you want me to give it to you or not? So
Guns rights are women's rights.
I'll give you the explanation instead of your incessant prattle. So here's the actual explanation. Men are the enforcers of rights. Rights don't exist. They don't exist. You can't taste them. You can't touch them. You can't see them. They're a social construction.
No, men did not create the rights. God did.
Okay, he did.
How? That's crazy.
What rights did God give you?
God gave me the right to exist. He gave me free will.
You have a right to exist?
Yeah.
Oh, really? So you couldn't just wink out of existence tomorrow?
God created me.
What does that have to do with a right?
I have the right to free will.
You have a right to literally nothing except what
freedom
other people allow you to have. All of your rights can be
That's what it literally says in our Constitution.
I know what it says, but that doesn't mean it's true.
Oh, so you don't believe in the Constitution?
I don't believe that rights are real.
Okay, so you don't believe in the Constitution.
I don't believe that rights are real.
So then go to a different country.
I didn't say. What does that have to do with anything? Even if I said, okay, I'll go to another country. Now rights are suddenly real. That makes no sense.
So why are you even talking about rights If you don't
Because
even
that's
believe in the
the that's the
Constitution.
core of what we're talking about, the right to vote. Last I checked, right?
You don't even care about rights because you don't believe in the Constitution.
I don't believe in rights.
Can I ask you a question?
I believe the Constitution is real.
Do you think
but that doesn't mean I believe that
better
rights
since
are
women
not
got
a
the right to
social
vote?
construction.
Yeah, the Constitution existing has no bearing on whether or not rights exist as like a thing that you can point to. Like they're not a thing. Like they're concepts that are enforced by government. You don't have the right to life. It's your right to life is generally enforced and protected by a government. This makes, oh my God, this hurts my brain.
Our rights is social
So
construction.
how do you think the Constitution
You
is
keep asking me questions even though I've answered all of them. Are you going to answer one of mine? Our rights is social construction.
I believe in the Constitution.
I know,
that
I believe.
Americans have the right to
I
vote.
believe. That's not. Are they real or not?
Is what real?
Rights.
Sir,
or are they a social construct?
No, I think our rights are God-given. See, in
What
the old
right
days-
is God-given?
Let me explain
can I
something
ask
to you.
a
In the olden
clarifying
days,
question?
hold on, really quick. Let me explain something to you.
Okay, explain it.
Where did the monarchs used to derive their right from?
Oh, well,
God.
their right to rule,
The
yes.
monarchs were sovereigns, and they believed that they had the direct lineage.
They believed whatever they wanted to. They enforced their authority through force.
From
Oh.
King David, and therefore they had been given the right of God to rule over their people.
Oh, monarchs
When we
did.
had, yes, because
Okay.
they believed they had been given the right from God to
God.
rule over the people. When
And
we
how
had
did they
the
enforce
Declaration-
that right
hold
to
on,
rule?
don't interrupt. When we had the Declaration of Independence,
Mhm.
right, we had 1776. That was a group of American founding fathers coming together and recognizing that they, in fact, were all given God-given rights. And it wasn't just the sovereign, that we were all sovereign,
This is all.
and that we were all given
This is
God-given
all
rights.
John Locke nonsense. Listen.
It's not
We'll
John
back it up.
Locke.
We'll back
This
it up.
is what
Yes, it is. It's
founded the American
enlightenment. Yes,
principles
the Enlightenment
and created
principles.
the middle class.
The Enlightenment principles
It
are
created
what
the middle
founded
class,
it.
okay?
Okay. Well, no, it didn't. But
Yeah,
anyway, the Enlightenment principles that you're talking about right now, they still acknowledge
Literally
that rights are social constructs. They have to be.
They're
and when
not.
you talk
That's
about
how you get your rights
when you
stripped
talk
from
about
you if you
a
believe
God,
that ideology.
if your rights can be stripped on you, which is how you know the ideology I'm talking about is true.
If you can
They
convince
can't be
people,
real if they can be taken from you. You have a right to
How
nothing.
is this not more relativism?
What do you mean?
More
What do you mean by
relativism?
only men can
If you can
enforce
convince
rights?
people that
I'll
they
explain.
don't have any rights and it's all a social construct, you can
Mhm.
strip them from them. You can convince
Just-
them
oh my God,
that
stop
they don't have
talking to
rights.
the blue
But
girl.
If people know that they have
Talk to
God-given
someone
rights
smarter.
and that their rights come from God,
Then they can act as though they're real, and then they can enforce that.
they are real.
God did not
give us a right to vote,
They're made up.
unfortunately.
Our rights
Yes, please talk to the first chair. Jeez.
are real.
They're socially constructed. Can you point out a right for me real
So
quick?
how do you call
Hey, is there a
yourself
right over
Christian?
there? What about over there? Hey, is there a right down there? Is there a right? I don't see any. Where are they?
Do you not believe in the authority of God?
Yes, of course. God is an existent objective
Okay,
being.
so what did God tell Israel?
About which thing?
Okay, did he not give him authority? Did he not give the line of
told them
David?
a lot of
you
things.
can
Did he
say,
not give his
but,
children
but
authority?
who enforced?
He did.
Who enforced the authority of kings? Kings.
Okay, so the priests apparently are given rights from
Kings.
God, correct?
Yes, and they enforce their authority as well.
Okay, so
you always
how's
have an
that not a
enforcement
social
arm.
construct in your
Because
logic?
these are objectively given from a being. The construction of your 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 12th Amendments, all of them are social constructs. They don't exist in tangible reality. If they do, point one out. Show me. Show me your right to vote. Where is it? Absent your mind. Show it to me.
The one for quartering.
You
Show
can say that
me-
with anything.
Yeah, no, well, you can say about
We're
anything
talking
that is a
about-
social
We're
construct.
talking about the spirit. So of course you're not going to be able to have something
Noah
physical
donated
when we're talking about the
$200.
spiritual.
That blonde is making a really good argument as to why women shouldn't
No
vote.
shit. But
oh,
anyway,
wow.
back to this.
Can I ask?
She's not making a good argument as to why she should vote, certainly.
a
Back to this.
clarifying
Hang on. Let us finish the argument. We're almost done.
I know. It's just,
We have,
It's ridiculous. No, you guys
Can you
want a
show
bunch of guys
me
like him
absent the
that
mind,
don't
where your
believe in
rights
the
are.
Constitution to vote? Okay. Yeah, that's great.
The rights aren't a social construct. Can you point to one outside your mind?
The
Can you
quartering-
point to a right outside your
Can you
mind?
point to the
Don't
spirit
ask me a
outside of your
question.
mind?
Answer my question. Can you point to a right
Can you
outside your
physically
mind?
define the spirit?
That's another
Can you
question.
physically define consciousness?
Stop asking the question. Answer it.
No, because you're not.
because you can't.
No,
you can't answer it.
because you're not
you
the
imbecile.
one driving
Where
this
is a right
conversation.
absent your brain? Where is it?
Okay,
define the consciousness.
Why can women not vote if they're not the enforcers of rights? I want to know that.
No, the funny thing here is this is what's debated when scientists are talking about AI. They're debating consciousness, and there are so many philosophers and people that debate consciousness all the time.
Yeah.
So you're asking me to define the spiritual and consciousness and put it into a physical state, which you know is impossible. So you're going with a false argument
Consciousness
here
are rights?
to try to prove a point that you're not even touching.
Consciousness are rights? Being conscious means that you have
Your
rights?
spirit and your soul.
Do people in
is where
Somalia who are conscious have rights?
So you don't
Where
believe
are
in the
rights
spirit?
absent your brain?
Why can't
Where are
women
they?
vote? Why can't
Where
women
is
vote?
your right to vote absent your mind?
Where is your
Stop
argument
asking me a
absent your
question
mind?
and answer one.
Where is your argument absent
I'll
your
tell you what, I'll
mind?
answer any fucking question you want after you answer this one.
Where is your argument
where-
outside of your subconscious? outside of your
all of my
conscious?
arguments are based in the epistemological. The epistemology and the ontology that I have comes directly from God and divine command.
Really?
This answers, yes, and yours
And
too.
I said,
and
my,
all
I said
Christians.
I believe my rights are God given.
That's great.
So why are you? Why
and
are
that's
yours
what
and
we're
mine
talking about. Now, I just answered your question. Now answer mine. Where is this right to vote absent your brain?
Where's your argument?
Yeah,
Jesus, where's your argument absent your brain? Oh,
She won't
she's
answer
so
it, no matter
lost.
what.
Wait, can you answer his question though? Just,
No, she
just answer
can't.
the question.
She knows. She already knows.
My-
It's a
my
fail.
rights
Where's your
absent
right
my
to
brain?
vote absent your brain?
I've been saying this whole time my rights are God given.
Your right to vote comes from
So-
God?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. My right.
Wait, hold
my
on.
right
We have
does
a
come
chat.
from God.
$200.
Andrew's got to go
My
take
rights
a
haven't been.
He's tapping out. Oh, that's the
Hold on,
end
hold
of
on.
that, I
That's
guess.
what it does.
My right to vote comes from God.
Yeah, I
That's
think that
right.
title was a little bit misleading because I don't think she learned anything from that. I don't think any of them learned anything from that. They never actually even got to like a point. That was fun though. That was fun. All right, what do we have next? Let's see here. Oh, we got another Andrew Wilson episode of whatever.
What are we celebrating? I just found the perfect econ manager on Fiverr.
Stifler.
All right, we have it's another one of the rating scale ones. All right. Well, we got Andrew Wilson humbles, all capitals. Here, I'll here, so you guys can see the title. Andrew Wilson humbles delusional OF girl who can't answer honestly. Okay, so we got some more OnlyFans girls on here. I wonder which one it is. I'm gonna guess. Let's take a guess. Okay, this is the pink hat girl from before and the helmet girl, and they usually sit back here, or they were sitting back here last time. I've seen her sit back there quite a few times now. So my guess it's not them. Maybe this girl? She looks a little... she looks kind of normal-ish. Maybe this girl? He usually puts the most... He usually puts them over here, so... I'm gonna guess this one here. Chair 1. I'm guessing it's chair 1. All right, let's see.
Or ask everyone to rate their looks on the scale of 1
I don't get the can't pick 7 shit. That doesn't make any sense.
to 10. Can't pick 7.
Okay, hang on. Let me clarify the question. Let me clarify it.
Well, I think we should let them answer
right,
this
fine.
one, and then you ask your follow-up.
Right.
And then, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Bro, I don't want to answer.
You have, okay, hold on. You got to answer this one.
It's so like subjective. Like I don't want to answer.
Yeah, what do you subjectively think if you had to rate your physical looks? What would it be?
Can't say 7. I already know.
8.
Oh.
Okay, what about you?
I'll say 8. I'll say 8.5.
That makes 8.
Yeah, 8.
Oh.
Actually, everyone's saying 8.
So what do you?
I'll go 8.
Well, hold on, no, hold on.
Don't follow the trend.
Okay, we're
You
all
can't
8s
just
today.
because everybody else is saying like it's. I mean, maybe you do. That's what you think. I mean, sure, but But you prefaced 8 by everybody else is picking 8, so I'm going to pick 8. Was that going to be your original answer?
No.
What was your original answer?
I'm a little jet lagged. I'm a little not looking my best today.
So you were going to say 10?
No.
Oh.
No.
Well, what were you going to say?
Like 6.
But now you're an 8 because you're jet lagged?
No.
You're too far from. You guys scoot into the table a little bit.
No, I was gonna say 6, and then everyone was saying 8, so I said 8.
Okay, I'll be a 6 too. I'll be a 6 with you.
Thank you, girl.
I can't say 7.
Nope.
6.
Wait, why can't we say 7?
Okay, Andrew, what about you?
4.
I give myself a 5. Now, Andrew, if you want to ask your follow-up question.
Let me ask the question again. Yes, I understand it's subjective. If you look around, you have to admit that the woman next to you looks nothing like you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the woman next to her looks nothing like.
All right, so we're putting a twist on the 1 to 10 question because we basically got all 8s.
Like her.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow you're all in the same category, looks-wise. Does that sound rational to you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's the prettiest girl in the room? No. Let her answer. Who's the prettiest girl here?
To me, that I think is prettier.
Who's the prettiest girl in the room?
I love everybody, but I think she's prettier.
Okay, who's the prettiest girl in the room?
Her.
Okay, she's the prettiest.
Wow.
Okay. What about you? Who's the prettiest girl in the room? Madison? Who's the prettiest girl in the room?
I don't know her name, but the Morgan.
It's really weird that suddenly you have standards which you can subjectively apply and pick out who the most bestest looking girl is in the room. Somehow when it comes to yourself, you always land on about the same number. Which
What is why is Brian lint rolling Andrew?
Which is I'm perfect, right? 8. That's like, let's say there's no 9s or 10s, right? They're real rare. Like if you see one, they block out the sun. That's how intensely gorgeous they are.
Mm-hmm.
Would you change your answer based on this?
I said 8, not for like face, but for body. Like I think I have a nice body, so that like raises my looks, I guess.
So, okay, give us your face rating and your body rating.
Face probably like a 6, and then body 8, or yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So still an 8.
Yeah.
Well, that would average out to a 7, but you guys wouldn't let them pick 7, so here we are.
But like that's what I was thinking about.
Think of a famous person for me who's a 9 and tell me her name.
Who's a 9?
Mm-hmm.
The fact that Andrew's talking to this girl so much is making me think she's the OnlyFans girl that he's gonna humble in all caps. So I guessed wrong.
Nah, no help. Don't cheat.
Sorry. Well, now that you put me on the spot, I'm trying to like think of a person. I'm like blank now.
Can't think of one? One female who's a 9? Not one?
Not one.
That is also not the voice that I expected to come out of that girl.
Female who's a 9.
No, there's definitely 9s. I'm
Okay,
just like
what,
I'm trying
just
to
give me
think
one.
of someone that's like well known. That's a 9. Or like you're saying a 9 based off of my own standard or the society standard?
Your standard. That one that makes you an 8.
I can't think of a person.
Okay. Name 4 actresses.
Kristen Stewart.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's really pretty.
4 pop singers.
Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, Olivia Rodrigo,
Okay.
and who's a 4th?
4th one,
I
just
don't
make
know.
it any singer. Who's a female.
Billie Eilish.
Billie Eilish.
So you're more attractive than Katy Perry?
I don't really remember what she looks like. But yeah, sure.
Okay.
Is she the one that's
You
kind of
can't think
going
of a
off the
single
deep end?
actress who's a 9,
Last
though?
couple,
Or
I feel like
singer. What
Penguins
about
dropped
singer?
a video
Can you think
about
of a single
that.
singer who's a 9? Who you're just one step below?
Okay, well, I think Olivia Rodrigo is a 9. I think she's really pretty.
So you're just one step below her?
Sure.
Is that what you actually think?
Well, yeah, based off the rating that we gave.
Yeah, not based off the rating. You can revise.
Yeah, this is definitely the OnlyFans girl, and I did not expect that out of everyone at the table. Well, maybe there's
The
more than
rating
one.
you gave.
We could
But
I'd still be
yeah.
She's a
correct.
9.
Yeah, I'll say I'm an 8.
You're an 8. Okay.
But like, yeah.
Okay, same to you. 3 9s who you can think of who are women.
Megan Fox, Julia Roberts, and the.
If Megan Fox is a 9, how the fuck are you an 8?
No. She's a 10 to me. She's a 12,000.
She's an infinity.
Even if she's a 10.
Maybe like back in the Transformer days, but not anymore.
10. How could that make you an 8?
Well, if I'm comparing myself, if we're going to that scale, then it was next to Megan Fox, I'd put myself at like a 3 or 4. Realistically, I'm gonna be honest.
Okay, then back up. You gotta help me out here.
Okay.
If thing over here 10, you 8. But if you compare yourself to thing 10, you 4. How can you be an 8?
Wait, what?
She's a 10.
Yes.
You're an 8.
Not next to her.
Yeah, next to her you're a 4.
Yeah.
But she's a 10.
Yeah.
You realize there's only 10 numbers on this scale.
Yeah.
I'm not into this whole rating thing at all, honestly, but they're all pretty much 7s and 6 to 8, all of which is very attractive, by the way. Like, I'll take a 6, 7, 8, 9 all day. Any one of those, totally fine.
Yes. I'm not the ugliest girl in the world, but I'm not.
I'm
the
not
prettiest.
saying you are, right? Not saying that you're the ugliest girl in the world, prettiest girl in the world. Not saying anything.
Okay.
There's 10 numbers on the scale. How can you put yourself up next to a number which is higher than you, and then say, when I'm up next to the number higher than me, it lowers my number? That makes no sense.
I mean, I guess you're right. It really doesn't. But since you're asking the question, like realistically, now that I think about it, like there is, Megan Fox, like she is a standard, like she is a beauty standard, So obviously, I don't fit in that beauty standard. I would not categorize myself as an 8 in that beauty standard with Megan Fox.
So then, what would you categorize yourself as?
Like a 4 or a 5.
A 4 or a 5.
Mm-hmm.
What about you compared to Megan Fox?
Like a 3.
Like a 3. You realize there's.
But that's like in the context of comparison me and versus her, not just like the general question.
It's all women between 1 to 10.
Mm-hmm.
So if you categorize yourself as an 8, it's a comparison to all women on planet Earth.
But originally, the question wasn't comparing us to other women. It was just initially can't pick 7.
How can you rate your looks unless you're comparing them to other women's looks?
Well, but I wasn't when I said the answer. But now we are.
Then what were you using as your metric?
Just whatever came to my mind. Like, as to how I feel today. Like, tomorrow, if you ask me, I could feel like a 3 tomorrow, If I don't have makeup done or a cute outfit, maybe I'm a 3 tomorrow.
What the fuck does it have to do with how you feel?
That's how I feel today. I feel like an 8 today.
Okay. So, it clearly was miscommunicated, so I'm going to ask again. Based on physical looks only, in comparison...
I still don't understand why they care so much.
...to all of the women who exist...
I don't think I'll ever understand why they care so much, because in the last one we watched, they explained it, and I still didn't get it.
...in the world, the scale is 1 to 10 for all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you fit?
3.
3.
No. If 5 is average, she's bare minimum above a 5. Like, that's crazy. A 3? Get out of here.
Do you revise or no? You don't look like you're going to. You look like you're going to stubborn it out. But you can change your answer if you want to.
I mean, maybe a 6.
4.
Now you're a 4.
Yes.
Yeah, no, minimum 5, definitely above average.
So what changed when we're asking you on a scale of 1 to 10, rate yourself looks wise? What did you think that meant?
I just meant like, like you're just like, you're cute, you're pretty.
Yeah, like how do you feel right now? That's how I put it. Because like if I came on here with no makeup and like.
He's kind of humbling all of them, so I still don't know who's the
Hair and just outfit not cute. Like I would rank myself lower. But just like how I feel today, I feel like an 8 today.
So,
but I wasn't thinking about other women when I was saying my own
But do you think
answer.
that your physical beauty is based around how you feel?
Yeah.
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 Let's say you feel bad about it, right? Let's say you dial yourself up and you look even better than you do right now, but you just don't feel good that day. How would that actually diminish your physical beauty?
In reality, no. I would be the same person.
Then
but
why would
it would change my perspective.
Sure, but in reality it wouldn't, right? So why wouldn't you just base the answer on what in reality is true?
Because it's all about perspective.
It's all about perspective.
My perspective now was.
And your perspective when it was Megan Fox
was changed.
Yeah.
YouTube ads is made for your business. Bring your brand to life with targeted.
Like the factors in the question changed because you didn't.
Nope, the factors never changed.
They did change because you brought in Megan Fox as like.
This girl in the first chair is sitting at such a weird angle. I don't understand how she's comfortable.
The beauty standard to
She's
what
like,
we were comparing ourselves to.
What were you comparing
yourself?
So then what were you comparing yourself to?
The way I feel now. Like,
well, then that's not comparing yourself to me. That's just you saying how I feel. What's the comparison to?
No, I'm saying you made the comparison because then we started talking about Megan Fox and like how do I compare to her?
Yeah, how can you?
So like because I think she's really pretty. Like if I was someone that thought Megan Fox was ugly, I'd be like I'm still an 8. But because I think she's gorgeous, of course I'm gonna be like I'm not as pretty as her, right? So it changed my answer because it's in comparison to Megan Fox now. Not just how I feel right now.
So in compared to women that you consider to be really, really pretty, you don't consider yourself to be really, really pretty?
No, not as pretty as them.
Then why would you rate yourself an 8?
Because that wasn't factored into the question.
Just how
it was just how I feel.
It's just how you feel.
Looks are about how we feel.
Oh.
Like I was saying.
You don't think there's any objective standard for looks?
Just like the way society views like looks or.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Like there's always a standard for like who's prettier than this person, but that wasn't factored necessarily into the initial question.
Yeah, I think.
And then
it
was. Later.
What other standard could you use?
My personal feeling on how
you feel. You don't think that's a little delusional?
Okay, let's say this.
How is that delusional? It was just how I feel right now.
Let's say you're going out, right, on a just on a date, like a night to eat, dinner. You get dressed. When you dress nice, like, do you feel nice?
Sure.
So when you're not dressed nice, do you feel nice?
Let's say I don't.
Okay, so what would you rate yourself on a day that you're dressed super nice, you're ready to go out to dinner, ready to go take some family photos? What would you rate yourself then?
4.
And then so you would rate yourself the same when obviously you're not looking your best. And who do you compare yourself to?
You could just be saying that to like not agree though.
And who do you compare yourself to?
No, I'm saying that because I think that there's an objective beauty standard which exists.
Right.
Exactly.
Of course.
And the reason I think there's an objective beauty standard which exists is because I have a historical standard to compare it to. So it seems like it exists for sure. So I agree that there's some subjectivity there. Some people like blue eyes. They like this. They like that. Doesn't seem like men are competing really hard for 600-pound burn victims, though, right?
No.
No.
Right.
So there's something that we're kind of leaning towards as being pretty, beautiful, things like this. And I've seen you women. You're vicious when you're competing with each other. Vicious in competition. Judge each other like nobody's business. Okay, you look at me like you're skeptical. So let me ask you this question, and honestly answer. When you go into a room and you sit down with a bunch of women, do you judge them in your mind? How pretty they? Yeah.
Yes,
What are
I
you
do.
judging them against?
Not judging them against anything, but just kind of just judging them because I'm just a girl and like I'm always have an opinion about someone on something.
You're gonna have an opinion about how they look, right?
Yeah.
Right, which is a personal opinion.
So what are you comparing it to, though?
The standard of beauty in their head.
Yeah,
I'm not
the
comparing
standard
it to
of beauty in their
anything.
head, which they're relaying to society, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just.
Can we pull up that photo of young Andrew?
Let's pull it up.
Look at.
Wow. That is not a 4.
That's not a 4, bro.
That's not a 4.
I was 19. I'm 40.
You 8, bro.
But I don't. Personally, I still don't think you're a 4.
Not bad, Andrew. Not bad.
Yeah.
Like in my opinion.
See, I'm personally into white boys, but like in high school,
You're not into white boys?
I am.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
So, like, that's your type?
No. So like there, he doesn't look white boy.
He doesn't look like a white boy?
I think he looks
Wait,
white
what?
boy.
No.
What does he look like?
He just look like
What?
Latino.
What?
What?
Yeah, Latino.
Like a blue-eyed Latino?
Bro, your eyes are not a little blue in that photo.
I'll pull the photo up. They don't, huh?
They look brown in that photo.
Yeah, they're dark.
Yeah.
Andrew, did you used
Latinos
to...
Obviously, they're not dark,
Mm-hmm.
but it's the lighting.
No.
Andrew, were you
Okay,
affiliated
fascinating.
with any Mexican drug gangs or anything?
Yeah, my last name is Wilson. That's a really Hispanic last name, as you know.
Wilson.
Okay, I still don't understand the whole entire point of the ratings thing. It makes no sense to me. Oh boy, the camera came out of nowhere. Yeah, I don't know. That was fascinating though. Titillating. Okay, this one had an interesting, very interesting title. This next one here.
When it came time to take things to the next level, I knew that I had to make a website, and Wix.
All right, so this next one we have here, another whatever podcast clip. I see Charlie Kirk in this one. That's interesting. We got, oh, Helmet Girl does not have her helmet. She has a little star hat. Okay. All right, what do we... She's been casually dating 2 men for 18 years. That's crazy. So she's see some of these, she's been the side piece for 18 years to 2 guys. Yeah, that's probably legit. Both of them view her as a side piece. Being a side piece is not Jesus. Okay, so the audience has decided she is the side piece to 2 guys. Let's see which one it is. I'm guessing it's one of these because that's where the camera is, but yeah, we'll see.
What about you?
I date 2
See,
people
do we
casually.
know anyone on this one?
I've been seeing both of them for 18 years, and they are my longest relationships.
Okay, so I've never.
I don't
heard
recognize
that.
anyone
Dating
so far.
2
Obviously,
for 18
we all
years.
know who
all
Charlie
right.
Kirk is.
Have you ever been married?
No, engaged, never married.
Engaged.
Oh, so
How many
it's her.
proposals? Any proposals?
Many.
Many proposals. No acceptance of the proposals. They just didn't meet the. Or do you not want to get married?
I'd like to get the last round of the draft pick. That's what I'm waiting for. Just the very last
the
round.
last
Rock Purdy.
Yeah.
Okay. And so these 2 men that you've been dating, both for 18 years.
Mm-hmm.
Do they know about each other?
Yeah.
And are they dating other women?
Not that I know of,
Not
but
that you know of.
they can.
They
can.
They definitely are, for sure.
Okay. And so you said you've been casually dating them for 18 years?
Yeah, we don't live together. We have no plans for marriage. That's all I mean by that.
Do they live in different parts of the country, so you'll like fly out? How often would you
Correct.
say you see each of them?
Every other week or so, when I feel like it.
And they fly you out, or did you have something?
No.
Oh, okay.
Just
All of
Listen,
them.
taking
I'm
you there.
learning.
He's taking
I
you
don't
there.
recognize anyone
Yeah,
else
we
on
meet
this
wherever
panel.
we feel like it.
Okay.
The world's small. Everywhere's got airports.
Sure.
No big deal.
All right. And how did you meet those guys?
Internet.
Okay. All right. And
I feel like if you're going to bring Charlie Kirk on, you should bring like some strong opposition debaters. Like, I don't know. That's just how I feel. I don't know.
in this 18-year period,
maybe one of them isn't. I just don't know who they
Did you
are.
ever have like a third person you were dating? Like you'll date a guy here, a guy there?
So, someone I met in 2017, I thought I'd probably cash it in and end up with that maybe permanently.
Sorry, cash it in?
Trade in everything else, my freedom,
okay.
other opportunity, whatever,
see.
and pick this person. And that
Yeah.
failed after a few very romantic
Okay.
years. So That was about 5 years, maybe 6.
Sure.
I'd have to go back and look.
And the two men that you're dating currently?
We didn't. We hung it up for those years.
Okay. But the two men that you have been dating.
So if she stopped dating them at some point for like 6 years and then just picked it back up again, they're definitely dating other women too. There's no way. They both just sat on opposite sides of the country and just chilled by themselves for 6 years. Like, there's no way.
Dating for the past 18 years. You mentioned that you're, I'm sorry, was it professional, not professional gold digger? Or what was it?
You can say that. I don't mind.
Okay. Did you gold dig them?
I mean, they're wealthy. That's
Yeah.
my type. That's the sort I
Okay.
like.
What is the procedure for gold digging?
I don't.
Like, what's the process? Walk me through.
I only know my life.
I'm gonna need some more tea soon.
So I can't
fellas.
speak for
But
everyone
maybe
else.
they get you nice gifts. They fly you out.
Sure.
She flies herself.
I mean, that
Pilot.
takes a long time in little planes, so not usually. I like to be in back and let the pilots
Do
work.
you own? Maybe you own.
Oh, that's
do you
it.
own
This was a super
private
short clip,
plane or
guys.
anything?
Yeah, this was.
Next.
Okay.
That's
That'd be-
interesting.
you
We'll
could-
talk
you could
about
try
it
to
for a
gold
minute.
dig a plane, right? That's like that would be a good. Put it on the
It
resume.
sounds like she's a
I'm fine
pilot.
for, I'm
also.
fine
got
for
a plane.
transportation.
Somebody bought me a plane. That's a W, right? Okay.
All right, so I just thought that title was interesting. Wasn't expecting to see Charlie. Apparently, he wasn't really needed for any of this part of the episode, but definitely interesting. Dating two men that don't live with her, live far away from each other. So she obviously flies a lot. But I think they would mention she was a pilot too. So that's the thing, boys. Pilots and flight attendants, probably not long-term monogamy type deal there. But that's obviously not what she's really looking for. Or she was for about 6 years and it didn't pan out. So I don't know. We'll see. BRB. All right.
Otter joins every meeting I have and transcribes every word in
The ads
real
are so
time.
much
Now I can
louder.
actually.
There's a girl.
Okay. Another crazy title, boys. Promiscuous woman waiting, all caps, until marriage. Let's see what Brian's issue is now. This is a long one. So maybe we'll watch a little bit of it. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's like 30-minute long clip. But it's a really long podcast. Do we? Oh, okay. She's a Twitcher. I know who that is. I can't remember her name, but she's a Twitchy person for sure. And I think she's a conservative pundit type person, you know, like a YouTuber, content creator, whatever you want to call her. Damn, what's her name? I think that's I can't remember her name. But okay, we have at least we could get some push back and forth between these two for sure. I know they do not have the same political views. Definitely not. I don't know who any of these are. Except Helmet Girl. I mean, I don't know who she is, but she's Helmet Girl. And of course, Brian Atlas. Anyway, let's see what's going on here.
Scheduled to come on the show on Sunday. She no-showed.
My tea.
She no-showed. So what we're gonna do is.
Oh, what are we gonna do?
What are we gonna do?
A girl no-showed.
We're gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna call her.
A girl no-showed, and we're gonna talk about it, I guess.
She's a bag of trash.
She's a bag of trash
for no showing and not having the courtesy to just be like, "Hey, sorry, I couldn't make it." By the way, she did text me like 6 p.m. So the meet time's 4 p.m. 6 p.m. the day of the show. Oh, I had a work call. That was her excuse. She had a work call
For 2 hours?
so she couldn't make. Well,
You said 6 p.m. your time?
she messaged me at 6 p.m. Oh, I'm so sorry I couldn't make it. I got a work call.
2 hours your time, yeah.
So super weird. Anyways, so she had some interesting pre-show notes. So since she's not here, but we're still gonna react to them. So Nick, pull up the first one. Or wait, hold on.
Is it Instagram or is it
Her profile. Do we show her profile? I feel like it's a little.
Free clout.
She can't defend herself.
Yeah, but she also knows.
She could come back and defend herself.
Are they gonna bring up her profile?
Is this the penalty for no showing?
Yeah.
Public shaming.
Anyone's wondering?
Shame.
I'll ask the
minute. I have my Star Fox coffee mug here. It doesn't have coffee in it. It has tea in it, but it's cool. Microphone's in the way. But yeah, it's got a little Star Fox instead of a Starbucks. Isn't that cool? I like it. So can't let you brew that Star Fox. Anyway, Gamers Unite. Let's go.
Chat. Do we show the Instagram? Chat. Do we show the Instagram? Yes or no?
Don't ask.
Show the
Chat,
Instagram.
Brian.
Yes
Just
or no? Otherwise, I'll just show the messages.
Make a decision.
No.
This isn't Chat's
Yes.
podcast.
I like James's answer.
Yes. Shame. Show it. Show. Yes. No.
Everyone's going to say yes.
She'll get
Yeah,
free
everyone's gonna say yes.
publicity.
It's easy. It's not
Roll the
them.
footage.
I'm seeing an overwhelming
Young
yes, I think.
Metro.
It's like no free clout. No
what I
clout.
said.
No free clout.
I would die for you, JoJo.
Oh.
Oh, JoJo.
Me too.
That's her name. Or her handle,
She'd
or
still be the
whatever.
victim.
Lol Paladins donated $69. Make shaming great again.
I agree with that.
We're
Make
not going to
shaming
show it,
great
but
again. Okay.
we're not going to show it. But so just go to the messages, Nick.
It's a better choice.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Oh, but we're gonna read.
Oh, we have to kind of wait. JoJo, can you read, starting from her message?
I've dated in 3 different states, even a couple different countries, and I've been on the dating scene for 5 years. I've had 2 serious relationships, and after that, tallied a decent body count. Suddenly, at 25, my frontal lobe kicked in, and I decided I was fed up with myself and the way I was dating. I told myself I wouldn't have sex with someone I wasn't genuinely connected to, and I haven't had sex in a year and 7 months. Last summer, I had a dating experiment I ran on Hinge, and the results were fascinating. Plus, I love to talk. Have me on your podcast.
Okay, so there's a couple things here. Leave it here for a sec. She's dated in 3 different states, couple different countries. She's had 2 serious relationships, and after those, tallied a decent body count. Suddenly, at 25, my frontal lobe kicked in, and I decided I was fed up with myself and the way I was dating. Translation: fed up with being a strumpet and sleeping. I mean, by her own admission, she.
For any of you wondering, strumpet is an extraordinarily old-timey term for a hoe, basically. Fascinating choice of words, Brian.
Tallied a decent body count. I'm going to assume that's like 30. I told
30.
myself I wouldn't have sex with someone I wasn't genuinely connected to, and I haven't had sex in a year and 7 months. And then I don't know about this Hinge experiment. Actually, I messaged her. Let me see if she got back. And then there's another one, Nick. Just pull up that other one from her. Should be the next tab over. All right.
Oh, boy.
Scroll down a little bit. That's it. Up.
The oof.
Okay.
Want me to read the oof?
Okay, so she's single. She's single as fuck. And yeah, read the oof, please.
Oof. Yes. Small town dating in high school. Then dated my volleyball coach who got stage 4 cancer and beat it, and then I dumped him. And then went
Don't date your volleyball coaches, ladies. Jesus.
feral in Europe. Really great story from there.
Went feral in
Been
Europe.
single ever since. 5 years. I literally am working on a book. Then I turned 25. My brain did things, and I decided I wasn't going to have sex with someone unless it was for love. And I haven't been laid in a year and 7 months. Hashtag thoughts and prayers.
So she said she went feral in Europe. What do you think feral in Europe means in terms of body count?
Anyone who wants to sleep with her. She did it.
10 plus, huh?
What's that?
10 plus, maybe?
Anyone who wants to sleep with her, she's down.
Minimum 10 plus. Turned 25, my brain did things, and she decided she wasn't going to have sex unless it was for love. She hasn't been laid in one year, 7 months. So, bringing it back to the whole waiting for sex thing. So this girl admits she had a very promiscuous past, went feral in Europe. I'm going to just say 30. Let's ask the chat. Pull up the chat. What does going feral in Europe?
What do we think going feral in Europe means? I'll go with like 20. 25. Depends on how long she was there.
They're going to say like 1. No, to me, it's like anyone who's like down. She's down.
100
9,000 is probably a little high.
She's down if they're down.
Oh, at least 50.
If she's probably there for like a week. Let's be
At
honest.
least
So
50.
like,
Wait, what was the thing about the cancer thing? Did I miss
How long
that
was
part?
she
yeah,
there?
it was like she said she was sleeping with her teacher or a coach, and then he got cancer, and she dumped him.
After he beat it, apparently.
Yeah.
Sorry, I gotta be.
She dumped him after the cancer.
Yeah, stage 4.
Feral in Europe.
that?
I mean, that's at least
We don't know
bare
what to do.
minimum 10. That's
you know,
10
you did
bodies.
I think I need
It's
more
probably
context on the trip.
Yeah, how
Yeah,
long
if
was
she's
the
there for a
trip?
week.
We have no
That's some
idea. If she
strumpet
went
babe
feral
right
for
shit.
like a
I
year,
wanna say body
that
count's
could
50.
be high.
Body count's 50.
Sans off Liberty donated $69.
Thank you, ma'am.
Democracy is 2 wolves and a lamb deciding what to eat for dinner. A republic is 2 wolves and a well-armed lamb deciding what to have for dinner. Benjamin Franklin. The US is a republic.
that
FJB.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Thank you. That was beautiful. Oh, hey, what's up, Julia? What's up?
What's up?
You,
What's up,
you want some
dog?
applesauce? You good?
I'm chilling. I just had an anxiety attack, but we're chilling. We're vibing. We're out here. We good. Just a little anxiety attack. It happens to the best of us.
Just casual.
Brian, remember this. Every time a girl cancels, she's here.
I'm here
Anxiety
even
attack-
with an anxiety attack.
Mid-show, she's here.
I give respect to all you three because you guys been on the show 3 times, or well, you 2 3 and then you
Twice
twice.
for me.
I always commend those who show up. We get a lot of
On time.
We get
On
flakes and late people on time too. So you guys are consummate professionals. Even though we disagree on things, sometimes we have heated debates. Sometimes I call people retard. I still got love.
Crackhead.
I still got
Like a
love.
little bit of a retard.
It's all love.
All right, that was pretty funny.
It's all love.
what's your-
And sorry that I was a little, I was a little to you. So I'm sorry.
It happens.
I apologize.
Oh.
No, to you.
To who?
I was like, damn it, why'd you gotta say the
I was a
poison
little.
word?
I was a little bit out of it.
I was a little out of pocket.
Well, I was a little
It's all
out
good.
of.
This is a kumbaya.
Here we are now.
This is kumbaya.
I'm
The
here
vibes
now.
have been immaculate.
Should we all hold hands?
Yeah, we should. We should hold hands.
All right, can we get to the point?
Like, she hit 25.
Right.
She fucked like 50, 70 dudes.
Sure.
Okay,
100
it was
dudes
30 before.
in Europe.
100
200
now.
dudes in Europe.
Sure.
Probably.
200 now.
Throw in a couple chicks. Why
Oh,
not?
Crazy.
Why not? Who knows? It's Europe,
going
right?
wild.
It's Amsterdam. It's fucking Lisbon.
Yeah.
It's fucking Amsterdam. Do you think if she like now her shift was going from fucking guys, I'm assuming,
Sure.
fucking guys within 30 minutes of meeting them to I'm waiting until love. That's what she says. She wants a connection. She wants love.
What does that mean? Just whenever.
Being in love. Do you think that's valid?
I don't think it's fair to make a man wait for something that other men got like that.
Hold on. We might have to wait too.
They have to work for it. And
Hold on. We're gonna have to wait too. What do you mean? He bought dinners for so many women. I had to wait for that dinner.
I think it's good that she came to that realization, and as long as they're having open discussion about it and he's comfortable with it, I don't see the problem.
Like,
but
wasted?
it is kind of, I don't know. I think maybe it would be easy to go back to that same behavior, probably. So.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Now it's easy to go back.
I might have been better off on that balcony.
That's the one. I think he was looking at me during this conversation. You know.
I might have been better off on that.
But no. I think it's okay. Well, she didn't know what she wanted in her youth, right? That's I think the change in mentality or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, also too,
I
like,
think
what
it's a-
would be your desired outcome? She's like, oh, I already gave this puss away to everyone. I guess I should just give it away more. Like, the better choice is for her to be like, oh, that was harmful behavior.
She's rethinking
Do you
her
guys
mentality,
think,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys think if a guy was like, no, I don't want to have to wait if a bunch of other men were
then that's
have to wait at all?
100% within
It's
their
his
right.
choice. It's his own preference. Nobody. Yeah, that's
But he
fine.
shouldn't try to like convince
You're not gonna
her
get
or
anywhere
force
with
her
that.
to have sex.
Do you
with
think
him.
you also shouldn't
think a
shame her?
girl,
You shouldn't make
like-
someone feel bad for, she's already got that body count. But you can't change her by fucking, oh, you've had 20 people, you're disgusting. Okay, what now?
Do you
You're
guys
just a
think?
dick.
Do you guys think? Girls usually will sleep with who they're.
Lol Paladins donated $69.
Oh boy.
She's only pure until the next time she takes another trip to Europe. Once a strumpet, always a strumpet.
Jeez.
Any man that will wait for her is a moron.
Chat's a little unhinged,
What
as
is a
usual.
strumpet?
Trumpet's like a whole.
Thank you, Paladins.
Where does it originate from?
Thank you.
Like, is it a trumpet? Like a sexy trumpet? What is strumpet? Where did it come
It's
from?
like a promiscuous.
Ulysses the
Sexy
Thief
trumpet?
donated $69. Panel DI includes lower the training bar. Would you rather have a police officer respond to your home invasion
That is not on
can
topic.
handle the situation, or a DEI hire that could cost lives?
No female cops.
I'll take a female cop. Whatever. My phone got stolen the other
No,
day. but I
female
have-
cops are
Equity and
bitches.
inclusion.
No, that's not true. Hold on.
Robert
Female cops
Demeter
can help.
donated $69. Canadian girl, you are awesome. People were being super unfair. Don't worry about it. Brixon, love you, buddy. Thanks for the cast.
Thanks, Robert.
That's super nice. I want to preface, I didn't have an anxiety attack because I thought people were being mean to me. I don't give a fuck about that. I had an anxiety attack because it's just anxiety. I got in my own head, and then it started, it was like a
And
ball. It's
you're
like a snowball. It
clearly
keeps rolling and rolling, and then
intoxicated.
suddenly
I
I'm
think it's
thinking
more
like,
the
oh my
intoxication.
God, I can't exist right now. You know,
Be like that. It'd be like that sometimes.
that's how anxiety works. That's how anxiety works. Like, nobody did anything. I just got in my head and it kept going.
It was the
You
retard
actually,
comment.
I don't know, you looked at me.
You're
you looked
here.
at me first.
How come some people put an X in Brian's name?
You looked at me
Why
first.
is that a thing?
No, nobody did anything. Nobody made me upset. Nobody made me feel bad. There wasn't a chat.
So what do you guys think?
Glad you're know her body count. Because if it's like 100, she's like too far gone.
Can't we like?
yeah, she's just too far gone already.
Aren't there like tons of born again virgins who come on the show and it's like a same scenario?
Yeah, born again virgin is bullshit. Just own whatever you did, get a little separation from it, and start over.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't care.
Where they want to, but she's just waiting for love.
Born again virgin.
If she's interested in the guy, then I mean, she had no problem sleeping with a bunch of other guys that she wasn't even interested in.
But then her frontal lobe developed in born again.
Yeah,
what if it were a reverse situation where or a guy who had like a hoe phase and then he's like, oh, I'm not gonna sleep.
So
with
you can't like self-improve and be better and be like, oh, maybe that's not a good idea.
That's
Do you
what
have to like,
saying.
nope, too bad, I'm already too far gone. Just gotta keep going.
No, I'm curious
Europe
on their
trip
take
again.
on it.
Do you guys?
I'm curious on your take
Like, what
about
do you
if it
do?
were
No, you're
if
good.
it were a man.
Do you guys
what would
judge
do?
men and women the same for sleeping around, or is it just a woman problem? Are men capable of sleeping around and being okay and still starting a
I
family?
don't think. Obviously, I don't think anyone should sleep around. I believe in no sex before marriage, but I do think that men and women are different and can be judged differently.
Sorry, what was that part before? You said right before the marriage part. What did you say?
I want one of
I just didn't hear you.
Wait, what?
Where do you get them?
Just repeat what you said. I didn't hear you.
Like just now in response. Oh, okay. Yeah, I said
Sorry, I
of course
interrupted
I
y'all.
believe no sex before marriage regardless of gender, but she asked if I judge men and women differently and
On the basis of sex before marriage, like if a man sleeps around a lot and a woman sleeps around a lot, are you gonna look at them differently?
honestly probably that's just subconscious.
Mine was
you
specific to
can admit
that
the bias.
situation, though. Say a man were to have slept around and then he changes his mind.
The only argument I've really heard that kind of validates this, aside from like the weird biological ones, which I don't know, we won't get into that, is that like on just a base level, it's more difficult for men, generally speaking, to rack up a high body count than it is for like a woman. Like just an average guy, average girl, the girl's could do it way easier. So it like shows a higher level of discernment, if that makes sense. I personally don't care, but it, that's probably what she's gonna say.
JC donated $69. Ladies, if you were dating a man who used to take girls out to fancy dinners but now wants to only take you to McDonald's, will you accept?
That's
I don't think that's a good comparison.
McDonald's, give me a cheeseburger, baby. I need
Was he
a
getting
cheeseburger
taken
and fries.
advantage of? And he's like, maybe I should just like chill on the first dates. Like, what's the context?
It's all about learning about personality. If it's dates like that, why not?
Fancy
I don't care where
restaurants?
we go.
Dude, when we go to McDonald's, I'm in sweatpants. We go to fast restaurant, I'm like, shit, I gotta
What about
dress
you,
up.
Nicolette?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't eat McDonald's,
It's the
but
same
it's just
logic.
terrible for you. So
I'll take whatever.
Well,
I
you
don't
can go
give a fuck.
anywhere. It's about learning. It's like we
Jack
go
in the
to
Box.
ice cream, like
KFC.
Well, a lot of first dates are like coffee shops.
Yeah.
Same
KFC
kind of.
I think
is not
that's
better for
nice,
you
but if
than
it's like,
McDonald's.
it depends on like the heart behind it.
It doesn't matter about
I
like
would say.
if he took
Yeah.
previous girls. To
Maybe
this- maybe
Chick-fil-A.
he got like scorned like a bunch
Yeah,
of
that's what I'm
times,
saying. Like, what's the
beforehand.
context? He's like, wait a minute. I feel like girls are just
Yeah.
using me because I take
Yeah,
them to nice
exactly.
fancy dinners. They got a group chat on the side.
Who cares?
Well, there's
Yeah.
also an
You know?
in-between, there's like Applebee's and stuff. It doesn't have to be.
There's Applebee's.
Oh, it's about. I think it's about.
Applebee's
getting
is good.
wow.
Can you take
There's Chili's.
Baby, take me to
Like
Arby's.
maybe that's kind of the vibe where it's like, oh, like haha.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
see what the girl's into. Like, and if she's like, no, you have to take me somewhere nicer first date. It's like, well, maybe you guys aren't meant for each other.
I feel like I would know it when I see it if
Yeah.
if either party is being manipulative or just kind of like, oh, I'm not gonna do that. I feel like you would know when you see it.
It does all.
So
Oh, it's whatever you touch.
for first date, if he said
Yeah.
we're going to McDonald's, would you go? First date, we're going to McDonald's.
to a
would you
first
go?
date at No, but only because I don't eat McDonald's. It's gross. I'd be like, hey, can we go anywhere else, like Chick-fil-A?
Okay, so
Yeah.
first date like fast food. Would you go?
Chick-fil-A.
No.
Yeah, I need to know if you're like a cool person first. But if he's like, hey, I just don't think you ever deserve anything nice, I'm like, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't
No,
date.
he's just asking.
You're feeling someone out. I don't think there's anything wrong
I
with
feel
a
like
simple date.
maybe
You know,
let's
It's
go
just
to
a bad
Arby's
way to
tonight?
like test somebody. Like you can see my character on an appropriate date that's not McDonald's.
You don't have to pay all that. But
That's
you're
a
also
decent date.
assuming that
Yeah.
they pay
McDonald's
for the
is a
date and
decent
things like that.
date.
So like, You're like, what if like you don't like his character? You're assuming
The drunk girl in the corner, I don't even know if she really likes McDonald's as a first date. She just really wants McDonald's right now. That's what's happening. She wants McDonald's ASAP.
that he's going to take you to this like $100 place or whatever, and then he feels your character and you don't like him.
Seems kind of like entitled. I'm all for like show effort and, you know, be courteous, but it seems presumptuous to be like, you better take me to, you know, a Michelin star restaurant.
If that's what she's looking for and that's what she's looking for in the long run, why would she go on a first date that doesn't align with that?
100%.
Bringing it back to the woman who fucked 400 men.
It keeps getting higher.
400 now. He skipped from 100 to 400. Jeez.
$69. Question for the Mormon: did you ever soak? If so, who was your shaker? Also, Jesus is King FJB. Hashtag
That's
voting
wild.
for all felon. Hashtag fuck feminism. Drizzle, 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 drizzle.
You screwed up the sprinkler. You screwed it up. But
No, and that is not a thing.
What does that mean?
Soaking?
You don't know
soaking?
No.
I
It
could
was a
show
thing
you better than I
created
could
by
tell you.
ex-Mormons.
anyway,
Who
so
left
to
the
come
church.
back to the woman who had sex with 600 men in Europe.
600
So
now.
if you were, JC asked ladies if you were dating a man who used to take girls out to fancy dinners, but now wants to only take you to McDonald's. I think you guys were discussing that a little bit.
Yep.
But you guys think that that's fine then, right?
I said yes.
Go to McDonald's for
You
first
said,
date?
You said yes or no?
Is that just like, is that a first date or is that the standard for life?
First date.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
I think it would slightly hurt my feelings, but like, what are the reasons? Like, he went out on a lot of dates, and it was like they were using him, or he had not made as much money now, so it doesn't make sense to take me to somewhere more expensive. I think it would be dependent on that kind of stuff.
Well, here, let me paint it a little differently then. So, okay, you meet a guy, and you know that every single previous girl he dated, whether it was a long-term relationship, whether it was short-term, whether it was a one-night stand, but
I don't
he
think
took her
this
to
is a
dinner
one-to-one
first, whatever.
comparison.
He always paid for dinners. However, he's now met you, and he wants to take you seriously, but he wants to split the
Book on dollar.com to get our lowest rates. Why are you in my house?
Need a UGC video for your business? Find me and many other skilled creators on Fiverr. Or you could
bill.
Yes, so I think the way that question is posed is kind of like how she's saying she realized it was bad for her. Maybe he realized financially that was bad for him.
But there have been no material changes to his income.
That's fine.
He's
but
making the same.
Doesn't.
I mean, I'm going,
That's
but
fine.
No, she was
So
saying,
you wouldn't feel, but
my
but,
feelings
okay.
would be a little hurt. Yeah.
I'm sure we can all acknowledge he's within it's within his realm, and it's okay for him to do that. But you wouldn't feel a little bit like, why am I getting different treatment than all the other women?
Because he probably got treated bad by them.
I'd have to know more
What
of
if he
like
didn't?
his personal
But
reason
I don't
for
know
doing
that.
it.
I don't know that. I don't know if he got treated bad by them. I'm just.
What if he
assuming.
didn't though?
What if he didn't
I'm
and
paying,
he's
baby.
just.
Yeah,
That's
but
fine.
she's
If
saying
I
that
really
it
like
was like-
him, sure, I'll. That's fine.
Wait,
I'll
how
put
about
up a bill.
this? How about this?
That's
Okay,
me.
you're dating a guy, and actually, let me ask a question. Like, for the girls here, do you want a guy who's willing to go down?
Ugh.
What do you mean?
Head.
Go,
You want head?
oral
or
sex.
nah?
we're talking about this
Kinda
right
like
now.
Do you want a guy? Look, just.
You want head and
Like
nah?
go downtown?
I mean,
Like,
who
where?
wouldn't?
Do you want a guy who's willing to go down?
I don't care.
Not a deal breaker.
That's not a deal breaker.
Boys, you should make it a deal breaker. That's how good you should be. Okay? You make it a deal breaker. For anyone else that comes after you should now be judged to your extremely high caliber of head ability, if you will. Okay? Do the work, boys. Okay?
You want head or nah, babe?
What you want?
I responded with my hands.
You don't care?
With my hand.
Yeah.
So you'd be totally cool, like a guy just didn't want to do it?
I'm calling
Okay, so is
cap.
this I don't know, I don't want to say, I don't care?
Come on.
You got to answer.
I said
Answer the question.
it's a gross question, but I said.
How's it?
okay.
How's that a gross question?
Just a weird answer.
It's a gross question.
How is it?
It's like,
I don't think it's that
hey,
gross of a
Brian, do you like
This is-
anal sex?
Well, hold on. Just
That's a little bit more gross of a question, but
Whoever wants to answer.
Well, yes, I love that.
what's more common, oral sex or people having anal sex?
Probably oral.
It's me.
Probably oral.
she doesn't know.
I think it would be oral.
Really?
Yeah.
In heterosexual couples, you think?
Well, no,
Oral
I mean,
is definitely more popular
if
than
you're
anal.
saying,
What
like,
are you, nuts?
a girl getting eaten out versus anal, I don't know which ones.
You think it's like?
I don't know.
50-50 on the
Oh.
oral versus anal?
You
You
need a
guys are
study.
insane.
You need a study.
No, I just don't
Pull it
know.
up, Brian.
You need the study.
No.
What's more likely to happen? That's good.
Oh. Goddamn.
No, it was good. It was a good one.
Dude, that anxiety check treated me well, eh? I'm back in action.
Oh, sorry, the purity police talking about oral sex is that's so it's so vile. It's off the table on a dating pod. Who would think to ask about this?
I answered.
Okay,
I answered.
Nicolette.
Hey, I
All right.
answered.
Yes, I do want to get head.
J-Dog.
J-Dog, what's up, baby? Back in
what's
action.
up?
What's up?
How them streets of Vancouver?
Back from the streets of Cougar, here in San Diego, wherever
No,
we
Santa
are.
Barbara. No, Santa Barbara.
Fuck, I don't know what's
4
happening.
hours north.
Santa
She's
Barbara.
so
I don't know where
so
those
drunk.
Vancouver, they want the
What do they want? Vancouver?
Coozer?
Vancouver.
The
Vancouver, call it Cougar.
Coover, they want the coos?
Can you say fucking A for me?
Fucking A. Is that pretty good?
Yeah,
All right,
it's
go ahead,
good.
answer the question.
You're welcomed
Go.
into Canada.
Tell us. Okay, yeah.
I mean, I'd prefer it, but I also, like, I wouldn't give a shit at the same time.
Okay.
You know, I gotta get on home. Got a long drive.
She needs it.
She doesn't like this question.
That's really.
She doesn't want to
Apparently.
answer.
You want to answer the question?
She says she needs it.
I'm only comfortable discussing that with my future husband.
Okay, what about you?
Wouldn't be a deal breaker, truth be told. Not super into it.
I don't really want to answer the question, but for good faith reason, I'll just say whatever my husband is comfortable with.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
Oh, you can't steal it.
Natalie?
I don't really care.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
This is a lot
it's
of
gonna be hard to
cap.
give this
I don't
example,
believe
man.
any of them.
I could still give it, but so here it is.
I'll
okay.
argue.
Every single girl that this guy's been with, whether it's short-term, one-night stand, long-term relationship, he went down on her. But when he finally met you, he just, just not my thing, you know. I don't, I want maybe wait till marriage to do that.
He's eating.
Let's
a
get
lot of
married.
weird
So
food.
I only do head and receive head from
Does my
people
shit stink
I'm
or
in a
something? What's going
relationship
on
with.
here?
Find out that he's gone down.
All right, we're gonna skip ahead a little bit. I think we're probably done with this
No,
one
look.
because it's just kind of like repeating and repeating, and it's not super interesting. And it's insanely long. Okay, this one. Let's see what's next.
So when a client comes to us with an ask to launch an influencer marketing campaign, the process is pretty streamlined.
So,
all right. Oh, there's another Crucible one. So we got another Andrew Wilson episode here. Feminist starts flailing and screaming in divorce debate versus Andrew. Okay. Flailing and screaming. We'll see about that. We'll see.
Absolutely. It absolutely does.
So moving back to this, let's test this and see if this is correct. You think that women are staying away from men and trying to go towards relationship because men are just big meanie heads?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you said, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, if you want to make it sound stupid, go ahead. That's what I said.
Can you explain though why you think that?
If
boy.
if women were happy in their marriages, then giving them the right to participate in society without marriage wouldn't have an impact on marriage. But it does, because they don't like it.
They don't like being married.
Because they're not being treated well in marriage, right?
Oh.
You have.
What about the incentives that they have
Kendall
to get
right
divorced?
here, she's very happy in her marriage because her husband treats her nicely.
What about the incentives they have to
respect
get
each other.
divorced, though? They have
And he probably
incentives to get
empowers her
divorced.
business. Yeah, but if you actually like your partner, you're not going to want to get divorced,
Yeah,
right? I'm sure
if you
Kendall
have
also has
incentives,
an
you may.
incentive. No,
There isn't really incentives. Like people like to say that there's like incentives, but that only like 10% of men even make enough to like pay alimony. There's really not that much incentive for like regular couples to get divorced. It's like, I don't know. So far, I'm with the feminist on this one, I guess.
Kendall is not going to divorce her husband just for the money. She likes her husband.
Yeah, so what? Kendall's not every woman. When you talk about incentivizations, when you talk about incentivizations back the other direction, what you're saying is there's no possibility that there could be incentivizations the other direction, which could convince a woman to leave her husband. That's what you're saying.
If she doesn't like him, yeah, there are a lot of incentives. But if he's treating her perfectly well,
there aren't really that many incentives though. So I guess I don't agree with the feminist because she just said there were.
And she is perfectly healthy as an individual as well, then there.
Now, let me just preface this. Not liking your partner for like a little while, that's normal. Like, you're not supposed to just be in love the entire time you know each other. Like, there are ups and downs. There are highs and lows. There are seas and storms you must weather together. That's kind of the point. So yeah, I think people jump to divorce and break up a little quickly these days, probably. But at the same time, there aren't really like incentives to get divorced, like they're both saying.
There should be no problem. She would have no reason to leave.
Agreed. So hang
Why
on.
would Kendall leave?
Got it. I understand what you're saying. I just want to grant it. I want to make sure I'm not straw manning you, so I'm going to steel man it back to you. If a woman's happy in her marriage, even if there's incentives, she's going to stay. Or the problem is either that she's actually miserable because of the way he's treating her, or there's something wrong with her.
Correct.
Then the logical extension of this would be then that you actually believe that women are initiating most marriages because there's nothing wrong with them, but because it's men's fault.
No, I think a lot of women get married too soon.
So it's their fault?
I don't think women get married soon enough.
It's both?
Yeah.
Then if it's both, then how come men aren't initiating those divorces as much as women?
They do as well.
I don't think this Kendall girl is going to have her back as much as she wants her to.
They don't.
They do sometimes.
Sometimes, but why aren't they as much as
for
men?
the record, wait, pause. Okay,
it makes sense for them not to want to.
Wait 1 second. Well, please, wait 1 second.
Because they actually do.
Women really love to romanticize love. On the flip side, men are very logical thinkers and they're okay with going with the problems. When there's a problem after problem, most times women are like, I'm out, I'm done. It's because of this, we want to get married because we want the big wedding.
We got Rachel Wilson, Andrew's wife, in the chat here. Andrew is a loving, respectful and caring husband. He just doesn't suffer nonsense from entitled women, and you're not used to that, respectfully. Jesus, Rachel, chill out.
We want this idea of love instead of actually knowing what love is. So I think to go along, someone had said that people are getting married too young. I think someone said that. I think you said that, Lindsay.
I did not.
Oh, you said that. Or getting married too young. I think I have a lot of friends that are married, and in my opinion, we're getting
too married
young,
way too old.
I think that because I see all these people that get married young and then they get divorced, but it's because they haven't found themselves. So I think if we taught our children to learn how to be themselves and how to actually find who they are inside, we could promote us actually getting married early.
Well, then
I
wonder if that's true, if you can respond to this, if you think it's due to youth. Why is it that, from the Christian frame, if a person and two people marry as virgins when they're young...
Here's the problem. We're getting married when we're like 30, and by the time we're 30, I mean, I'm not married, but the average age of marriage is like 30. And when you wait until you're like 30 to get married, you have so much to compare to, and comparison is the thief of joy. And so when you get married in your 30s, you're more likely to be dissatisfied in that marriage. It's just not a good way that we're running the show right now. It doesn't work.
And they're Christians, their likelihood to divorce drastically decreases. I mean drastically.
Well, in my opinion, I believe it's because of
this hookup culture in general, when you are virgins to begin with, you don't know really what you're missing out on, is what I view it as. So once you have had sex before outside of it, then you're gonna want to continuously have it.
I want to speak to. I'm going to speak to this because I was a virgin on my wedding night. I'm going to speak to this, and I got married young. I don't think me not experiencing other men is the thing. I feel like I was able to connect with my husband on such an intense level because we weren't physical with each other, and we got to know each other, you know, emotionally, deeply. Yeah. That's what you two were talking about earlier. But I also think I wish that people got married younger, not necessarily sooner. Like, you're not dating for 2 weeks and you get engaged, but I wish people would get married younger because you grow together. Whereas opposed to these people that are getting older or getting married older, you have all these separate finances.
Yeah.
And like,
you're not able to build.
I have friends who the wife pays the husband.
Yeah, at that point, it's like, it's too late to become yourself in line with that other person, so you're both growing and building a life together at the same time. And if you're both already 30, you both already have lives, and it's kind of cooked at that point.
Husband the mortgage every month, like that's crazy.
Yeah. That is crazy.
And yeah, so what the data shows is that yes, if you are virgins, and yes, if you get married young and you're Christian, yes, your divorce rate's
but that's
drastically.
Because they're Christians.
Yes. It is, but
well,
I thought that your primary thing that you wanted was to reduce divorce.
I do, but not because they believe that God thinks divorce is bad, but because they're actually happy in their marriages.
They report their wait, no, this contradicts what you just said. You just said that women are leaving their marriages because they're not happy inside of their marriage. I literally made sure to steel man it so that you would agree to it.
But you're saying it wrong. I said women are not getting married because they don't want to be with somebody.
No. Here was the steel man. I'll give it back to you. The steel man. Here's exactly what happened, and you can replay this if you don't believe me. I said, so you're saying women are initiating these divorces because the men are mistreating them, or in some way
there's something wrong with
something wrong with the men, and you said yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's the case, then that would still be the case, even with these Christians. So are these young men just way higher quality men?
Because Christians, especially more devout Christians, don't believe in divorce.
So, but
it's a very controversial thing, especially in your own community.
But they can still get divorced.
But it's not socially acceptable. Like, you can say that, but it's not.
I don't think it has anything to do with that. Because my husband and I are not staying. My husband and I are not getting divorced.
You don't come from a Christian community. Don't be full of shit.
I come from a Jewish community.
That's not a Christian community.
But I would love to hear your comment. It's similar in the sense that
it's not similar.
Everybody's extremely Orthodox. They get married very early. They stay married for a very long time.
They don't give a shit about
They are not the same. They have very different views on divorce.
Divorce, not a big deal next to those communities. It's not a huge deal.
I love how you're talking like you know.
I love how you're talking like you do. I'm telling you, in these Christian communities, which you're speaking on, just so that you understand.
It's not just that they don't. It's not just that they don't believe in divorce. It's also they literally report higher levels of marriage satisfaction and happiness. Like, it's just, it is what it is. Like, that's the statistics on that.
They are reporting their happiness levels much higher. They have less antidepressant use. They go to therapy and therapists far less. They have far less of these societal issues that you see. Stop talking. Almost done. Until yes, there are documented.
No, there's less antidepressants prescriptions because there's less therapy because they don't believe in therapy.
Then why is it?
Hang on. My husband and I go to therapy. We are actively in therapy.
Then how come their unaliving rates aren't higher?
Hang on, let me finish. Because we believe in marriage. I am not going to divorce my husband because of the fact that because the Bible says don't get divorced. I mean, that's part of it, but I feel like I want to work on my marriage. And so I do go to therapy and we do work hard on it. And it's not because strictly the Bible tells us not to, but
a lot of
good things take work.
A lot of women, especially if you're in a very religious community where your social points or whatever is dependent on how well you're doing in life, a lot of women don't necessarily want to divorce even if they're in a bad marriage or they're unhappy because they don't want everybody else to say certain things or they don't want to take that step with their life.
Would that lead to poor outcomes?
it would lead to poorer outcomes.
Well,
lot
then
going on with
can you
Chairwoman
demonstrate
today.
the poor outcomes? Because all of them are reporting that the outcomes are better. Not only are they getting divorced less, hang on, their kids are far less prone to get into any type of criminal activity at all. Their kids are far more likely to be stable in life. They're far more likely to graduate from high school. They're far more likely to do all of these things.
I don't
And on top of
necessarily think
that,
it's because of religion.
well, you just got done saying it is. You just literally got done saying that's because there's all these incentives who keep them together.
Symptoms, and then you're saying that's all because of religion, when I said one thing was because of religion.
Yes, but no. I just asked you, wouldn't they have worse outcomes? And you said yes, but when we look at the outcomes, they're not worse.
Not just because they're religious.
But they don't report they're unhappy.
But that's because they're not doing anything that would, like, how are they going to report it, please? If they don't go to therapy.
A Pew Researcher, yeah, exactly. A Pew Researcher could call them and say, "Are you unhappy?" And they would say yes.
That's not how it happened.
Yeah, I don't think she knows how psychological surveys and studies are done.
It is how it happens.
No, that's not how it happens.
How is data gathered?
You do studies. You take a study.
Here comes the flailing.
In the study, how do they gather the data?
You take a study.
How do they gather the data for the study?
But I'm saying in this study.
How do they gather the data for the study?
The population in question, sorry. the population in question here, they're literally not going to therapy. They don't
have to. Yeah, that's because they're stable.
They go to their priests. They do their whatever.
Yeah.
You're saying they're stable because that's what the stats show. But
Yeah.
They're not actually saying, like, they don't have.
They do. They literally use polling data. They use
so
polling
how did they
data.
do that? They just called them up and they were like, "Hey, are you
the
happy?"
same way that they do for secularists.
No, that's not.
Yes.
No,
they
because
tell
for
me how they do
secularists,
it.
They have therapists and they have antidepressants.
And for the religious, you have the priest and you have the infrastructure.
So are they going to the priests?
Yeah, sometimes they talk to people who are in the church, but just like with secularists, they'll also just call directly to the housewife.
They don't do that.
They do that. As part of a sample size, Pew will call people and literally ask them a series of questions to make a determination on their answers. How many people give similar answers to come up with data? Of course they do. Okay, then give me the alternative for how this is done.
You figure out the stats on how the doctors are prescribing antidepressants. You figure out how many people are starting to go to therapy compared to how many were years ago. You do all these different.
Yeah, but how would you determine individually who's unhappy and who isn't?
How would you determine individually?
By asking them, like they do.
Okay.
I will say.
I don't really understand where you're going.
My
with
point
this.
is that if we look at the outcomes, you speak out of both sides of your mouth. You say it's not because of Christianity, but it's because of Christianity. Then when we look at the outcomes, I say the outcomes in this group far better for everybody. You say, but that's not because of the religion.
It's almost like not everything's black and white, and there's nuance.
That's
right?
why I'm happy to get in the nuance.
Might be because of Christianity, and other things might not.
Well, which things do you think may not
be?
Right.
I think the fact that the stats show that they're happier, and the fact that they're getting divorced less, I think that is because their society, and a very, very Christian one. I'm not talking about a very secular society where there's some Christians.
Sure.
I'm talking about a devout Christian society where everybody is practicing very devoutly. Okay, in that sort of society, they're not.
Deplorable Dude donated $199. Hey dog, you're 100% right on all. But, criticism, you're talking to low IQ children focused only on emotion. At home/laughing will not teach them, even if their opinions are laughable. Just my 19,900 cents.
Logic doesn't really work either. Might as well make it for the content, right?
But
remember that this audience is also full of simps, and they don't like seeing women uncomfortable. But anyway, go ahead.
Whatever. This community is filled with.
That's true. It's true. Bunch of simps and incels and basement dwellers. Stop simping, boys. Stop it. Stop it. No simping. Or gooning. No gooning, no simping. Stop it.
People who believe in very similar values, and those values tend to be no divorcing, no therapy. Therapy is bad. No antidepressants. These things are bad. And so all of the other stats that people would usually be able to base off in order to determine, is this community happy or not?
Hang on. Wait, are you saying that the Christian community says that it's bad to be on antidepressants and it's bad to go to therapy?
More devout Christian communities believe that, from my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I don't think that's
absolutely
right.
Not.
That's absolutely wrong.
I will say that when you do accept Jesus into your life, you're
actually right. Just so you know, yes, it is true that they often don't have to go to therapists because they have the infrastructure of therapy there. They have their priests, they have their community. They need it less. And what ends up happening is, yes, you can make these determinations based on what these people are self-reporting, and you can look at their outcomes versus the rest of the population. That's how you would do the happiness index globally. You would look at the outcomes, who has the houses, who's living with food in their belly, blah blah blah. You would add all that to a happiness index. Why wouldn't you add that same type of thing when it came to outcomes for individuals? Of course you would.
Yeah, she just got smoked. You can have all these same outcomes without being Christian. Just letting you all know. Definitely don't need the religious aspect to make this happen. Okay.
Yeah.
She thinks society does better when the standard is polygamy. I'm just going to go ahead and say that is categorically untrue, 100% untrue. There are kind of like 3 different metrics that you can look at this. There's like, what is our like base animal instinct natural form? And then there's what is like the sort of procreation strategy that seems to work the best as far as procreation goes. And then there's what is the best for all outcomes for all of society. And from everything I've seen, experienced, etc., it seems like we're generally kind of predisposed to like a type of light polygamy / serial monogamy. That's like our animal instinct, but that's not really good for society. There's all kinds of things that are in our animal instincts that we shouldn't do. As far as like the mating strategy goes, historically, it seems to be kind of serial monogamy. We're with one person until we're not, and then we're with someone else. The absolute best outcomes for society at large is long-term, ideally lifelong monogamy. It's very, very clear. But let's see what I wonder which one is she. Let's see, who do we know here? Oh, she is a fitness person, gym person. She's cool. I can't remember her name. I can never remember anyone's name though. Don't know her. Can't see her face, but I doubt I know who she is. Don't know her. Brian, Helmet Girl, Andrew. Okay.
Now, going back to what Lol Paladin says, I believe this might have been directed at you. It was talking about monogamy, polygamy. Explain why I guess polygamy is better. I think that's what he's getting at.
I thought it was the opposite. I thought it was the other way. Why is the monogamy better?
Yeah, he's making the scientific assertion like monogamy should be the one that should have to prove that it's better, not polyamory. It's opposite. We have the script flipped in a lot of ways.
You're right. So let's see if we can't scientifically prove that it's better. Can you name a society which does not practice monogamy as its standard that's better than the societies which do?
Many tribal nations don't practice.
Go ahead. Name the society that is better, that does not practice monogamy as a standard than the societies which do.
It's not even close.
I believe
it's not even remotely
Switzerland.
close.
They're not very monogamous over there.
Yes, monogamy is the standard. Switzerland is part of the UN. The UN has outlawed polygamy.
Okay, just because something is outlawed doesn't mean in practice people aren't living that way and very happy with it.
Very few live that way.
Barely anyone lives that way, and they are not happy. Their divorce rates are astronomically high.
The standard. This is the nation's standard.
Okay.
Can you name a society where the nation's standard is not monogamy that is doing better than the societies where the nation's standard is?
Are you familiar with Esther Perel? Esther Perel, she's a very well-known.
Can you just name the society for me?
I would say America is not doing well with monogamy.
Erroneous!
No.
Erroneous! What society? Wait. Great. This is perfect.
Go ahead.
What society can you point to that's doing better than the United States where the standard is not monogamy? I'd love to know.
Did you know that the United States of America is number 25 in the world as far as maternal and infant deaths.
You're not answering his question. You're not answering
this has nothing to do with
the short answer is a lot of other countries are doing
leaning away from monogamy and women are having children.
Hold on.
So the reason we have a higher infant death rate and childbirth death rate is because women are having children in their 30s instead of their 20s. And when you have children in your 30s and 40s, the risks of the pregnancy are astronomically higher. So all right. So it's obviously this woman, and she sounds bonkers, but
that doesn't make any sense. Listen, even if I were to grant that there's more infant mortality in the United States than other developed countries, right, which are still also practice monogamy as their standard, by the way, can you name a nation where monogamy is not the standard, which it most definitely is in the United States? You can't have a pluralistic marriage in the United States. It's quite illegal. You go to prison for a long time. Can you name a nation anywhere on planet Earth where the society does better, where the standard is not monogamy?
I would tell you that the standard in the whole world, the law of monogamy is what we all see as a standard, but it's not actually what's practiced in the day-to-day lives of the average person. In America, monogamy, what do you think it is with all the cheating culture? What do you think it is with the emotional best friend? What do you think it is with the dating culture and the hookup culture?
Let me rephrase.
It's not monogamy.
Be hyper-specific. Pluralistic marriage, which is
when it
not
was monogamy, we were doing even.
I'm not talking about legal. I'm talking about in practice.
Stop. Let me ask the question so I can make it hyper-specific so you can't evade it again. Can you name a nation where the standard is not monogamy, monogamy being one man, one woman, married in holy matrimony? That's the standard for the nation. Can you name a pluralistic nation that does better than any of the nations which have a standard for one man, one woman in marriage? Can you?
What's the better? What is the definition of better? What's
all
the better?
The metrics are better. So we're talking about any of the metrics you would consider better.
We're not doing that well. I hate to break it to you.
I'm going to explain what they are. Calm down. We're going to look at outcomes for human beings. We're going to look at how well they're fed. We're going to look at what their happiness indexes are. We're going to look at basically everything across the board that you can think of. Housing standards. We're going to think about economic prosperity. All of those things. Give me one nation. One.
We are fat. We are sick. We are on medications. We are on a plethora of medications.
Can you answer my question?
I think there's many other societies. I just told you Switzerland is doing a lot better.
Hold on.
Switzerland, the standard in Switzerland is one man, one woman for marriage.
The practice standard in Switzerland from my personal friends who live there is not actually monogamy.
Because you clearly can't follow the argument, so we'll do it this way. Can you steel man my position?
Can what?
Can you just steel man my position?
She's doing confirmation bias. Basically, she doesn't practice monogamy, so none of her friends do, but that's still the tiniest little percentage of the population you could possibly imagine.
That means, can you give me my argument back to me so I know you understand
I'm going to agree with, I'll say America's doing great and monogamy is awesome and we're all so happy. Let's do it.
You can't give me my argument back, can you?
Your argument back. I don't have the same view or the same perspective in life as you.
I didn't ask you if you had the same view.
I'm
asking you if you can just go ahead and repeat to me the question I'm asking you. Can you just repeat it to me?
Is there a society in the world
Doc Venabilly donated $200.
Not primarily monogamous?
Marriage is not about happiness but about growth. Growth is hard. You see relationships through the lens of hedonism. Constantly seeking pleasure, like a child, will stunt her spiritual growth.
Mm-hmm. Amen.
Yep. That is assuming that you are not going into each relationship to grow yourself. If every relationship in your life, you have the primary purpose of growing as a person.
Oh my God, this lady is obnoxious.
You're not seeking pleasure.
Yeah, great. Before we get to that, can you just tell me, back to me, what my question to you is?
Say it again.
No.
My question to you is, can you name a society anywhere on planet Earth which is pluralistic in their marriage practices, which is better than the societies which have monogamy as the standard for marriage? Any?
I'm trying to give you my answer, and you're not wanting to accept it.
So you said Switzerland, correct? Okay, so hold on. So Let me ask you a question. When you answered Switzerland, you stated, I have some friends who live in Switzerland,
exactly.
and they are in polygamous, polyamorous relationships.
I'm telling you from a social science perspective, I have many friends in Switzerland. I do business with them, and they're telling me the culture, what it actually is in practice that they're doing that works. And it's not monogamy.
Are your friends polygamist?
Some of them are and some of them are not. So they're just simply reporting on the average culture.
Hold on. So, are you making the argument that more than 51% of people in Switzerland, it's a polygamous society? Is that your position?
I'm not talking about legal. I'm talking about people might be legally married to one person and they have other relationships with other people.
Yes, some might, but I'm asking you if a majority of people in Switzerland are moving in that way.
To not being monogamous?
Yes.
Are you just not listening? Hello?
I'm just trying to simply clarify because
what is there to clarify?
You guys just want on paper statistics that do not represent what's actually going on in the actual relationship between people.
Look, I think we can make those extrapolations of what's going on based on how many people are in those polygamous relationships versus are not. But when we're asking about this, so here's what I'll tell you. In Switzerland, it's illegal to marry multiple people. So back to my question, can you name a society which is better that practices as a matter of law that you can get married to multiple people as opposed to the society where it's a matter of law that you can only get married to one? Can you name one?
There, in any of the colonized societies, the advanced societies, they have all run with this propaganda that monogamy is the way to go. And so they've made that the legal standard. They've made that the legal standard. Is that what people practice?
So the answer is no, you can't name one, correct?
If you need to be right, sure.
No, if you need to be right, can you name one or not?
I have tried to communicate with you in the way that resonates with me.
See, men don't like that. They don't like combative. They don't like all this. Men don't like this. Stop doing that. Just
no, I'm happy with that. I love that. I want to know.
No, sir, you're right. You're right. Like that, America is doing the best job.
She's hilarious. Hopefully she's in some more of these clips. I didn't take them all from the same episode, so I don't know, but yeah, interesting theory from the crazy blonde lady, but categorically incorrect. All right. All right, I don't know what this one's going to be about. Oh, we got Q. I don't know any of these people. Oh, actually, I think she's another fitness person. Oh, and that's a Twitch streamer. I think that's Angelic, her name. Anyway, we got Q. Love Q. Q's cool. This question always gets them riled up. I don't know what the question is, but I'm sure it'll rile them up. Let's see what's going on.
Would you rather come across a random man or a random bear in the
man
woods?
versus
Starting
bear.
with you, go ahead.
What's more? Probably a bear, honestly.
Okay. What about you?
I've dealt with the dark sides of a man before. I think I could survive it again.
So your answer to the question is man?
I'll take a man. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a complete stranger.
Yeah, random man, random bear.
A bear.
Oh, I wonder what country she's from.
That's been physically hurt.
Tilt your mic
Speaking
down
as a woman that.
Oh my God, other way. Okay, go ahead.
Speaking as a woman that has been physically hurt by a man, I will always pick the bear.
Okay.
Man.
Bear.
I'll take the bear.
Man.
It's definitely Angelic.
No, because you could just run away from a bear. I mean, they're not really gonna like. They're so big and chonky. Just run.
You do realize bears are
faster.
Bears are faster.
Yeah, bastards are faster than Usain Bolt.
There's no
yeah, bears are crazy.
Wait, what was your justification for picking the bear?
Mine?
Yeah.
Because I've been physically hurt by a man before, talking sexually.
Okay.
And I know that a random man seeing somebody, not just me, any woman, like the worst thing a bear could do to me is kill me. The man could do 1,000 things to me before he kills me.
So going around the table
man
once
versus
more,
bear.
what do you think the percent, since this is, we're basically plucking a random man out of the population, what do you think the percentage chance is of if a random man in this scenario,
about the bear?
What's the chance that he would attempt to violate you in some way? Either he would assault you, try to kill you, whatever. What do you think the percentage chance is that a man would try to attack you?
We're going to look this up really quick. We're going to Google this. We're going to figure this out. Are you more likely to be attacked by a man you encounter or a bear you encounter? And hopefully it gives me the information that I'm actually looking for. Okay. Okay, but that's just the general chances. Okay, that's like a annoying answer. Okay, but this is how many bears kill people, not how many. It's not by encounter. Do we want to use Reddit? Fuck it. We'll check Reddit. We'll see. basically, oh, okay. Okay, so there's more fatal encounters than non-fatal encounters, but what is an encounter? Because, like, I've come across a bunch of bears, I have before, and we didn't necessarily have an encounter. Like, we saw each other, they ran off, or whatever. Most bear encounters end with a bear running away. It seems like it's the bear. It seems like it's the bear because most of the time the bear runs away. Let's see if there's something. Generally, bears leave you alone. Yeah, I think it's the bear. I don't think that's how they're gonna see it, but I think it might be the bear.
Wait, but you're in the forest alone with him, just to confirm.
Yeah, so you are in both the scenarios. You do come across either the random man or the random bear. So it's not like you're crossing paths basically.
Oh, okay.
It's not like you're in like a.
Like so.
It's not like a 10-mile. It's not like a 10-mile radius.
Yeah, very slim.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Let's go around the table. Go ahead. What percentage chance do you think, of a random man attacking you?
Maybe we should look that up too.
Big ideas.
Me?
What's the percentage of men that you think would randomly attack you?
Interesting. Let's look that up too. What percentage of men have attacked a woman Okay, so not helpful. %43 of men reported that they had committed some type of that seems crazy. Dang. 34%, 25 to 57%, 43%. I need to read this. few participants. Okay, so it wasn't physical force, though. Okay, so wow, this person just completely lied about what the study said. So now I don't trust this one either. Hmm. Um, so there is no conclusion. But it seems like it's about
3,
a third or something. That's kind of crazy. Jeez.
Yeah, 5. Yeah, below 10.
Can't really trust anybody, but I would hope 5% or below.
I'm not participating in this conversation because I have been hurt by multiple men. So I don't even want to think about the statistic personally. And you can judge me for that all you want.
Okay, what about you?
Maybe like, yeah, 3%.
6.
I have to go 50-50.
50-50, okay.
Under 5%?
Yeah, probably under 5. I'll agree with that.
Okay. Would it be 50-50 for you, you think, too? Or?
Not 50-50, but there's plenty of like men in my life that I've met that have really surprised me with their words and actions towards me when they think no one is looking.
Okay. Well, so for you, 50-50. So you think, let's say it's the like, what's the population of the U.S.?
I want to give you a hug.
330 million?
Yeah, something like that.
Or just the
Let's just say 300 million.
Okay.
So 150, let's say it's 160 million. So you think 80 million men in the United States would victimize you?
Who knows? Maybe. I mean, some random man in the woods. I don't know what he's going to do to me.
Mm-hmm.
I said 50-50.
I actually feel like in the woods,
there's a 50% chance he could help me, or there's a 50% chance he could
probably
do
goes
something horrible to me.
down because most people in the woods are just like they're there to be in the woods.
So just to be clear,
like, you're not expecting to come across a random victim in the woods if you're like a serial
random man
or something.
From the United States population. You think it's 50% of the U.S. population would be inclined to victimize you in some way?
Who knows?
So just to be clear, what is it? So 160 million men, 80 million men would, in the United States currently, would be inclined to victimize you in some way.
There are some bad men out there.
Yes, some.
I know you're
very
trying to
few.
say not
Very
all men
few
are
actually.
bad. I get it. Yeah, but I'm just throwing a number out there. You just asked me for my like.
No, but I mean.
I don't know the numbers we read.
Yeah,
it could be a third, maybe. There's a lot of.
Is that based off
don't
like?
you think it's a little high?
But is that like
There's a lot of
based off
question
of just
there,
like
though.
what you think or what's actually real?
I don't know what's actually real.
I mean, it's true. I don't think any of us know what's actually real.
Okay.
But also, how do you come to that conclusion then? I mean, how are you perceiving it in your head? How do you interpret that? Like,
I don't know. 50-50 isn't like a conclusion you come to
50.
mathematically or logically. She just was like,
about?
I don't know, maybe like half.
It's just all intuitive. It's just
I'm a
you
woman.
just feel that way.
I am a woman. I've had men do bad things to me too. Okay, I don't.
Okay, so.
I think this conversation's really heavy for what we intended this open panel discussion to be. Just saying.
Okay, but let me introduce this factor. We said random man. The men who have done things to you were men that you knew, correct? So who do you think?
That's a good point from Q. If it's a random stranger, you're like way less likely to be attacked.
Think is more likely to do something to you? aren't perpetrators of violent crime or victimizing women typically somebody you know. It's a random man in the woods.
Listen, I've been in situations where I was getting into a car with my friends, right, in like NorCal, and there was just like men like trying to follow us to our car. At one point, we all got into the
That shit's crazy. Don't follow women around if they don't want to hang out with you. What is wrong with you people?
car and we locked it, and as soon as we locked it, there was a man trying to like pull on our handle and get in the car, like with us. Like it was just some random dude. I didn't know that dude. So it could be anyone. Like,
yeah, that must have been, you know, scary and super creepy and absolutely wrong for them to do.
It's obviously hard to make an objective stance when you've been subjected to something like that. It's very hard to just like, you know, it's very hard to kind of take that kind of stance. But I'm gonna also just kind of look at this objectively. I think most men are not predators. The ones that are can really mess up somebody's life. So it's kind of hard to even talk about it. But I would have to say I think most men are not predators. That's why I say I would rather take my chance.
The reason I brought this up, going back to her point over there, how she was saying it was giving her woman hater, it was giving her the woman hater. All of you who said bear gives me massive, it's giving me man hater.
I don't really think that's fair.
I'm a man hater. I think I'm just.
I don't think that's fair at all. That's absurd. If you feel some kind of way about a woman in your life saying like she picks the bear or whatever, then just be a better man. Like just don't be one of those guys. Like it's that simple. No, there's no, at least in my experience, there's no woman out there that are swearing off of men because of the man versus bear because they chose the bear. Like that's not a thing. Okay.
Just scared of what a man would do. Like, should the situation, like, he didn't say if it was dark, he didn't say like how close we were. Like, I think it's like you never know what like even if it was a woman, obviously I feel more comfortable, but it's like you never know what anyone's gonna do. Like in Sydney, like the most we can do is literally, I don't know if you're allowed to say like stab, but like that's the most we can do. But like it could be like the most random person ever. Like you could just never know. But with the bear, like they don't know how to use a gun. They don't know how to do anything other than like run after you, I guess to say. Like it's like you know what the outcome would be, which would be death, I guess. But with another person.
Look, if you answer bear, it's just not like a rational or logical choice.
I mean, we just kind of looked into it a little bit, and I don't think it's that irrational. I don't think it's that irrational of a choice. Now, because it's the woods and because it's strangers, it probably does bring the likelihood way down compared to like a bear. But also, most bears don't bother you when they come across you. They just don't. They're not into that.
But bear attacks happen a lot less than men on the woods.
Because women are not in the woods.
Yeah. Do you know what per capita is?
Yes.
So think of all the men you've walked past that did absolutely nothing to you.
In public. That's totally different.
I've seen quite a few bears as well. I'm from Canada.
But you can't walk past that many bears with nothing not happen.
Lol Paladins donated $200. Random man on the panel. If it's 50-50, that means at least one of the three men in the room with you right now
not Q
would victimize you. This is madness.
Yep. Look, I just think it's basically kind of social signaling about how women don't like men and how they.
Yeah, but it's not, because every woman that chooses the bear still hangs out with men. They still interact with men. They still date men. They all are fine answering bear and then hanging out with men. Like this is crazy.
Feel unsafe around men. How you feel about a situation and the reality of a situation are completely different. Again, this is a scenario where you're gonna either cross paths with a totally random man and a totally random bear.
I also didn't quite understand that it was literally crossing paths. I thought it was more like Yeah,
I hate that this is actually like it's actually like a stirring question going around right now, because there's also the side of like women who have kind of been more so conditioned to like, you know.
Fun fact, real fast, before she finishes her point there. Men who assault women are able to tell by, and they did like a study on this, by the way those women walk, that they are prior victims of that type of assault. So like apparently men who do this can tell which women have already been victimized and would be like maybe an easier target. Very interesting information.
Look in the back of your car before you get inside. You know, don't wear your hair in a ponytail. It's easier for them to grab you. You know, don't go somewhere.
That way.
This way?
Keep going. Yeah.
YouTube ads is made for your business. Bring your brand to life with targeted video ads. And connect.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, don't go to the gas station alone at night, you know, just like kind of stuff like that. It's kind of been something, at least my mom taught me those things. So I think we might have that initial fear, but I think if we're talking about like the odds, then the odds of a man actually wanting to like hurt you, you know, is probably very, very slim. But like I said, the men who do really traumatize a woman forever.
But I think that's where it's coming from, is like it's not necessarily coming from a place of hate, it's coming more so from a place of trauma. I think a lot of people, humans in general, have difficulty confronting their trauma and working through it, and rather they project it onto other people. And so in this situation, I think that's what's happening with that question.
That's why I don't like the question.
It's definitely more fear-based and not like resentment.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But you do have a bias against men.
I don't though.
How could you, if you think that X% of men, like if you'd rather pick the bear over the men.
Thinking that does not mean that you have like some bias against men at all. It just means that you are most likely rightfully more cautious around men when you're alone in the woods. Or alone anywhere. I don't know why they had to bring the woods into this. The woods is a generally peaceful place.
Man, you do have a bias against.
Unless you're a squirrel.
Men.
That's the knowing that some men out there are bad.
Yes, you're absolutely right. There are terrible.
I'm not putting a figure on it.
Right, but there are absolutely terrible men out there. I don't disagree. I'm not saying all men are good. There are absolutely terrible men out there. But if you do like a base level of analysis and being rational and logical, the vast majority of men would not victimize you. It's a majority of men. Very few men would look.
I guess all the bad ones
there's a large
LA.
population, so like there's a large population, so even 1% of men, that's a fuck ton of men, right? But like just statistically speaking, it just logically doesn't make any sense to pick the bear. Okay, let me ask you guys a different question. If me, Q, and Nick snapped our fingers and we were just bears right now, do you guys think you would be safer?
I'd cross paths with bears in Yosemite and plenty of times.
Answer the question. If me, Q, and Nick just randomly, I'm a black bear.
In a tiny little
Q's,
room like that? No, they would not be safer.
Maybe Q should be the. Sorry.
No.
Although I don't even know.
Okay,
it might be as safe.
Q's the grizzly.
I feel like the bears would
I'm
be
the black
confused.
bear. Nick's the panda bear.
Oh my gosh.
Are you safer than if we just stay men? Right now.
Well, the question wasn't
if Nick's a panda bear, yeah, they're all set.
In a room, like.
Okay, fine. Yeah, we can just change it. Would you rather be in a room with a bear or with a man?
With
10 by 10 room.
Can I actually ask?
So that changes the psychology of the bear significantly. In that situation, yeah, you pick the man because He's either going to be the scary man or the not scary man. All the bears that are trapped in a room with you are going to way more likely to turn into the scary bear.
Get a little differently. I've thought about this. I
Okay,
don't know.
go ahead.
Instead of like in a room with a man or a bear, like can you name a man that you would be comfortable in a room with, like a male celebrity, just for argument's sake? Like,
you should not be comfortable with celebrity. That's she's in for a.
I don't know if it kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah, that kind of undermines.
Also, it just actually is easier to defend yourself against a bear than a harmful man. That is actually fact.
No, that's ridiculous.
No, it isn't. There are different tactics for grizzly bears, black bears. Like, it's actually, if you know how to...
She's right. She's correct in the woods. Not in a little room, though. In a little room, none of those things work anymore.
Clear. Let's assume the man's violent and the bear's violent.
Okay.
They both have the intention of attacking you. You think you can better defend yourself against a bear?
Yes.
Explain to me how.
With a grizzly bear, you literally just have to make yourself super big and scream at it, and most of the time they will retreat. Yes. And with the black bears are relatively docile.
In the woods, this is true. This would not be true in this room, though.
I mean, they both can be.
Okay, let's assume that the man has you by the arms and the bear has you by the arms.
Okay, but that is not the argument.
Which one?
If you were being attacked, I would probably choose the bear. But if I was crossing paths and both had the intent to attack, Google it.
We know what they tell you to do, but that wouldn't work.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200.
Bears do you guys
All
see
I
here?
am hearing ID a bunch of women's that are going to end up alone in a room full of cats. Your future divorce lawyers are salivating watching this.
It's a safety precaution.
Grid, yo, what's up, Grid?
That doesn't mean it's gonna work.
No, there's bears all over Canada.
I know. I've studied biology a long time.
Guys, can you pull up the supers?
We need to pull up bears attacking people.
Yeah.
There's some crazy videos.
See what they do.
We need to pull up the videos.
People have been sending me a ton of videos, but I don't have like any just like really good one. Let's see.
Also, grizzly bears very rarely kill. Very, very, very rarely. They'll fuck you up.
We should pull up the statistics on how often a woman is killed by a man in the U.S. And then the bear.
It's not
okay,
per capita,
but you gotta
though.
understand.
It's not. Yeah, it's not per capita.
Like, how many men have you guys all walked past? How many bears have you all walked past? I'm pretty confident. Let's just say it was a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
Hold on. If it was a 1-for-1 ratio, if you had to walk past as many bears as you've walked past men, you would all be dead.
Okay, great. Can we go to the next question?
You've probably all encountered thousands of men. Walked past thousands of men. If you walked past thousands of bears, you're getting fucked up. I'm just saying that bear's killing. We're all dead. For all of us, we're all dead. Okay.
There's a lot of women though that
I don't
have
actually
been
think so. In the
assaulted or
woods,
something,
probably
or
not.
have been in that
Yes.
position. So it's hard for those women to answer this question, and so that's why it is such a sensitive topic, because it's hard for us to answer these questions. But
I get it.
And frankly, there's a huge lack of understanding that I feel is based in resentment coming specifically from you, and it's really making me uncomfortable in this room.
Yo, actually though,
Anyways.
like relax. It's not that big of a deal if they choose.
You have a resentment of us.
It's not that big of a deal. Like, they all came here to hang out with you on your silly podcast. Like, they obviously don't hate men because they're choosing the bear. Like, this is crazy.
Very question that you are asking us and getting annoyed with us when we tell you our answer, and then trying to beat your answer into us until we believe whatever you're saying. And it's kind of getting old.
I mean, quite frankly, they wouldn't get it, so that's why they don't.
Maybe you
They
guys
wouldn't.
don't get it. And it seems like you're resentful of men.
Oh.
But so why is it
Yeah, but it sounds like she has a perfectly valid reason to be.
No,
No, she just has a fear, and very rightfully so. That's why she wants to move on. So.
Right, but okay, hold on. Here's the thing. How is it like?
You not being able to accept our answers and move on from the question comes off as resentful.
How is it resentful to have a difference of opinion? You requested to be on the show. Like, yeah, we have adversarial conversations. This is a topic that came up. It was in response to something that she brought up. And it occurs to me, like, she was making the argument that I'm resentful because I have these biases. She claims I have biases when it comes to divorce, all this stuff. And so I was like, okay, well, let's turn it around on you guys. Do you guys have any biases against men? Clearly you do. That's the whole point of the bear versus man experiment.
Well, no, the whole point of the person who came up with it.
If we look at the math, if we think of this logically,
was picking the bear.
Like, I know how you feel about the situation.
And it was
a
man.
I get it. But just logically, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And you can say it's resentful, but like the reason I'm giving you pushback on your worldview, I understand this is an uncomfortable conversation for you, but if the sky is blue and you guys say, no, the sky is red, and I give you pushback on your worldview, I'm like, no, the sky's blue.
The sky is red sometimes.
That's not me being
orangey red.
Being resentful. That's just me challenging what I view as your either erroneous take.
I don't think you'll ever understand what it's like to live and be a woman.
And you wouldn't understand what it's like to be a man. Yeah. And have women irrationally have women irrationally fear you just by virtue of you being a man.
Yeah, but there's not like an externality about that. That like, bro, crazy. Sorry, but that's crazy. You gotta chill. All right, we'll do a couple more.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need.
Yeah.
All right, we've got another clip from the Whatever podcast. I think this is from the same episode that the last one was for. It had an interesting title, so I threw it on the list here. We have, would you want, in all caps. Here we go. I'll show you guys the title. Would you want a man to take a bullet for you? I mean, I wouldn't mind if someone took a bullet for me. That's cool. I wouldn't mind. Go for it.
So going around the table, would you want a man to take a bullet for you?
I mean, yeah, but I would also try to take it for him too.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Aww.
That's sweet.
Yeah,
of
same
course.
thing. I would
I'm pretty
take
sure
one
that's
for
Angelic
him
in the corner
and
still. Obviously,
no, but
she's the
we're
sweetest
talking
person.
about like the scenario where one of you has.
Oh yeah. If one of y'all, if
like,
one,
I think this is different.
Yeah,
or did we? Did we do it? We did the Grim Reaper.
Yeah.
So Brian, we did the Grim
Brian,
Reaper.
how
So
do you
you
phrase this question again?
same as the. I mean, it's the same question as the Grim Reaper essentially.
So why would we answer it twice?
We usually like. I'm trying to think of a better way to frame. Would you date a guy who was unwilling to take a bullet for you? I think that's another way. That's a good way to look.
Yeah, we can frame it that way.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would want to know why. I'd be like, well, why do you feel that way? You know, and trying to get to the bottom of it. If I could try to understand his reasoning.
Maybe he's just like, oh, I just like want to protect myself. I put me first.
That's, I don't know. I would question if he really loves me. I'd be like, I don't think you love me, so no thanks.
No.
If I was willing to take a bullet for him, I would hope that I wouldn't date someone that wouldn't be
willing to take a bullet for you.
Yeah. If I'm willing to take one for them, they should.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. If I'm willing to take a bullet for someone, they should also be willing to take a bullet for me.
You're willing to take a bullet for your boyfriend?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If they're not, then like, no.
If the energy isn't matched, then no.
So you would be willing to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same.
So
I don't think that was necessarily the question. I think your question was, would you date someone who wasn't willing? And I personally have had enough previous partners come forward without me even asking if they would. And now I think that's just a standard that I have set for myself. Like, if they wouldn't, then why would I waste my time with them when plenty of other men would? But yeah, if I really love them, I would too.
Okay.
I think for me, I would want them to take the bullet for me, but I feel like if they have other things they need to take care of, like if they have a family that they're working for, like if they've got a sick mom, sick dad, that they're like a full-time carer, and they literally cannot pass on, I'm like, I guess if there's a means behind it. If it's just for the sake of, oh, I want to take a bullet for you, no, I would say no.
Yeah, I think it's kind of how it comes up too. If it's
this is so weird. This would never come up unless there's a bullet flying at you, and then it's like
okay, we weren't talking about that
animal
a minute
instinct.
ago. It's
you know,
a little odd that it's like
whatever
in the forefront of your
happens.
mind, kind of a thing. But if you're having that open discussion, you're trying to communicate what your boundaries are and what you expect from each other in the relationship. In my relationship, I would take a bullet for him. He would take a bullet for me. If we're not in sync in that way, then something's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking the bullet. The woman is not taking the bullet. I'm not letting her take the bullet. This is an absurd question. So far. I'm sure Brian has some weird,
I feel like
unhinged
it's
point he
weird
wants to make about it.
It's
but
hard
we'll
when
see.
it's phrased like, would you date someone if they wouldn't take a bullet? Because like, if you're just starting to date and they're like, well, I probably wouldn't take a bullet for you, I would. Not sure I would be in a position to take a bullet for them either, but I have been in situations like when I love someone, I'm gonna take a bullet for them so quickly. And if they wouldn't take a bullet for me, like, I just again think they're operating out of like selfish motives, which I'm not looking for.
I think that also gets, or did you have anything to say?
No, you can go ahead. I'll go after you.
That gets into like another follow-up question that we ask is like, would you expect a man on a first date to like be willing to like throw his life on the line for you?
That's wild.
So scenario,
Like, say, like,
y'all
you're
on
at
a
a
first
first
date,
date and
on the
there's,
first
like-
date, and somebody, y'all are leaving the restaurant or wherever y'all at the first date, and somebody runs up, tries to rob you with a gun at gunpoint. How would you react if
He was like, take her.
basically, yes. How would you react? How
That'd
would
be
you
rough.
react if he basically ducked behind you, starting over here?
I would be like, okay, well, he's not very manly. He can't protect me. He's like, you know, I don't know. I would view it as he just doesn't have the ability to protect me.
Would you be willing to talk it out if y'all make it out the
Oh
situation?
my god, if I make it out alive?
Yeah, would you? Would
seem
you?
like I'm making it out alive.
Would you be willing to talk to him again, or would he be cut off? Would that be
I
done?
talked to him again to try to dig deeper and be like, why did you do that? What's wrong with you?
Okay. What about you?
Go ahead.
First date's kind of hard. I feel like that's just like, hey, you just met this person 10 minutes ago. Are you willing to die for them, kind of thing. But in the situation, like I wouldn't want to risk my life for someone I met 10 minutes ago. So.
He just ducks behind you.
Yeah,
Somebody
I mean,
runs up and like, yo, give me all your money, and he just like, oh shit. He just duck behind you.
I prefer a man that can protect his family. So we wouldn't do a second date, but
okay.
Yeah.
My first thought is I'd be scared and I'd be pissed off and I'd be like, well, clearly he's not the one. And I would not reach back out to him afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're giving up the purse.
I mean, I give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, yeah, it's only the first date.
That's sweet.
But
so he
I mean,
get a
maybe after
second
like
date.
10 dates.
Wait, one quick question. Did we read this one?
Yeah, we did.
Bound constant. Just wanted to double check. Okay.
Honestly, I would not expect a man to take a bullet for me on the first date. But I think I would be so traumatized and probably even hurt that I maybe wouldn't go on a second date. I mean, it sucks for both of us, honestly, in that moment. But if I'm being realistic, I think the moment you're out with a woman, you should automatically be thinking, like, I'm in this situation, I'm the protector.
Should automatically be thinking you to protect.
First of all, I would run home and I would FaceTime all of my best friends on a group chat and I would tell them the bullshit of this man. And then if he had the balls to hit me up and be like, let's go on a second date, I'd be like, are you gonna buy me back that purse? Because that's the only date I'm really interested in if you can't save it for me.
I got an alternative for you. What if he did tell you, babe, run to the truck, but it's a high-rise truck.
I would run the opposite way and let him take care of it.
All right, we obviously, something happened before this clip. Something about a high-rise truck that she doesn't like, I guess. I don't know.
Be like, you can pick me up in your other car next time.
Damn. That's crazy.
I think for me, I'd be more concerned on their mental well-being, like what's wrong. Like I feel like they must be traumatized from something that I would do another date, not for the sake of dating, but just like seeing if their well-being is okay, because that's like a traumatic experience to have someone like held at gunpoint. So just like making sure that they're okay, and then whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, that's a lot to expect from a guy on a first date. I'm just expecting him to show up, really.
So you would give him a second date? If you gave the robber your purse and took it and then just going.
I'd like an explanation of what was the train of thought, what was the process, just so I can understand and come to like my own conclusion of if I want to continue to date them.
Okay.
I like to think that if I saw like a child in danger, I would put my life in front of theirs, even if I didn't know them. And I honestly believe that I would in that position. And so that's who I am, and like that's where my heart is. And so I would, and that sort of follows that hierarchy where man, woman, child in terms of protecting.
That's it.
So I would hope
there was no controversy in this clip at all. This was just
be
normal stuff.
Same as me in that.
Boys, take the bullet. Obviously, this isn't even a question. Take the damn bullet. Ridiculous. All right. We got a few that are all from the same episode, so I'm going to move these around to other places. All right, we got another one here with Q again.
Work smarter, launch faster. Introducing new website templates on Beehive.
All right, we got another whatever podcast episode here. We have Stay Far Away from Modern Woman Like Her. All right, I wonder which one is the one we have to stay far away from. Oh, it's the feminist that argued with Andrew last time. And Andrew's here. That's cool. I wonder if this is a newer one or an older one. Like, is this their first time meeting or what's the deal there? I don't recognize anyone else, but we do have Q. Obviously, Brian's here. Helmet Girl's probably over there somewhere. All right, let's see why we need to stay away from one of these women.
Oh, we're on Vera here.
Oh, they're doing
Oh.
Twitter posts.
I said, you men wouldn't know a good woman even if I hit you with my car.
That's not a good woman.
Bruh. Oh, I know. Oh, I know.
Wait, you're not a good woman?
Oh, so it's this
No,
one.
what? I mean, what has men done for me other than get me pregnant and cheat on me? Like, be for real. At the end of the day, right now, I'm single for a reason.
I mean, honestly, like... If that's how a girl was talking to me, I'd probably just break up with her. Just that whole attitude just not my vibe. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they have a point with this one, guys. I don't know.
No hand in any of that. You had no autonomy whatsoever, those sons of bitches.
Yeah, right? Like...
Had nothing to do with you.
That face says it all, okay? She clearly had something to do with her man troubles. We'll see.
You didn't have any choice in the matter. You were just a bystander in your own life.
Yeah,
Wait, but do you categorize yourself as a good woman?
Right now, no. maybe in 10 years,
Oh, in
I
10
might
years.
do better.
Honesty. Okay.
But like, if you want a good man, don't you have to be a good woman?
I'm not trying to find a man though.
Well, but your tweet. I
She's
mean, we're
just saying.
reacting
I'm
to your
just saying
tweet.
in general.
Oh, in general, what? Men wouldn't know a good woman? I actually think
Hey, I know a lot of men who really
good
don't
women.
know a good
I
woman.
would actually. Good women are highly coveted by men, and when we encounter a good woman, we know it.
I don't know about that one. I don't know if we're that intuitive or intelligent all the time. I don't know about that.
I agree. I concur.
Good women are highly coveted by men.
Would you agree, Brian, or not agree that every woman has bad in them, but also everyone has good in them? Like man, they're good and bad.
Can you just say that about
humans?
Can you just say that about? Wait.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Humans in general.
Humans in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like we're categorizing, like we're saying like, hey, do you think you're a good woman? I mean, but she's a bad woman, but tomorrow she'll do a good thing. Like, but it's like,
No.
yeah, but you're defined
There's
based
some
on your
people
current
who fall prey to what's
Got it.
called pre-lust. They fall prey to what's called pre-lust, and it becomes so bad that no, there's no good left in them at all. It does happen. It is a phenomenon, and no, I don't accept that everybody has some good and some bad. I don't accept that. I think it's categorically false. I think there are people who just have nothing but bad in them.
Oh wow, got it.
Yeah,
cool.
because
I disagree.
Yeah,
I completely disagree, but it's really cool to see someone with that point of view. I never really
you
met
can't be
someone.
good and bad. Come on now.
Can we ask like
that's like oh.
No, there's definitely people that are just bad. Probably not many, but they exist.
I'm a good woman, but I'm finna cheat on my man, but I'm still good. Like, or I'm a good man, but I'm finna cheat on my woman, but I'm still good. Like, you know what's right and what's wrong.
The path to hell is
Yeah.
paved. No.
It ain't no good and no bad.
No, but people rationalize.
I mean,
and
people got
justify
toxic
certain
traits.
things.
Next tweet.
Yeah, exactly.
Next
that's
tweet.
That's for everyone.
Can I have you read it? Go ahead.
I know what I bring to the table, so any man that don't see it, then that's on them. Never has a man turned me down that didn't regret it in the future. Somebody.
Doubt. I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that. That is a very sus statement.
I seek out, by the way, not that they seek me
Hold
out.
on one sec. What do you bring to the table?
I mean, I cook, I clean, and I'm a good cook at that. And I love to do it. I take care of my kids. I pay all my bills. I own everything that I have. I have never had a man just buy me something and he can hold it over my head because I am that woman.
What's the best dish that you make?
Ooh. Wait, what did you say?
The best dish you make. The best food.
Dish.
Yeah,
Oh, I love making like steak and lobster with potatoes, asparagus. Like, I like making.
What's that face about, Andrew? That's a fantastic dish. What are you smirking about?
Basics.
Yeah, but what about the
Can
specialty
everybody
stuff?
cook here?
Hang on, that's basic. I want to hear the good
I
stuff.
like
What's the
making
good
pizza
stuff?
from scratch, like the dough. I like making bread from scratch. At the end of the day, with this inflation, everything
That all
costs a
sounds
lot. So I
fantastic.
like to make everything from scratch. It's
rough out
easier.
here.
It's lower. I live in New
Yeah,
York
no,
City.
I
so-
understand all that. Hang on. Just listen to what I'm asking you.
Brian want to try your
The
bread, girl.
best dish that you make, the very best one is what?
Not chicken Alfredo, I can tell you that.
I love chicken Alfredo.
That's the basic dish. I feel like every girl will be like, yeah, it's great. No.
Yeah, I know, but what's the best one that you make?
But I say best dish is, I would say like chicken poppy seed casserole. I make good casseroles and stuff, but I'm from
Chicken
the
casserole?
South, so. Yeah.
Can we go around and
The
ask that
best
to every
dish that
woman?
you're gonna make is chicken casserole.
I mean, everything she said so far is fucking delicious. So
Like,
Hold on. Next tweet.
Chicken casserole.
Veal parmesan.
Can you read it?
Okay, I said, and if you're stupid, you're stupid if you go into a random ass building with a man you don't know in any form and still pay $1,000+ on a tattoo. He didn't do any paperwork and anything beforehand. You must be on the spectrum. Not gonna argue with a white person.
oh yeah, never do that. Don't do that. If they don't do any paperwork or anything, don't do that. What? Don't do that.
Wait, why?
Y'all should have seen the
You was subbing
tweet
somebody?
Oh,
today.
there's
Hey,
more.
Y'all
There's
should
I
have
don't know.
seen it, but it was.
It was like a direct.
Basically, she slut shamed me and shit like that.
Oh,
So
I'm sorry, girl.
So I was like,
Wait, why?
What the fuck?
Why wouldn't you argue with a white person?
Because it's always white people who got the most to say about certain issues that have nothing to do with them. It was a racism thing, basically. And I stood up for somebody, and it was, yeah. So, and I'm not going to do the racist shit. I'm not going to do transphobia. I'm not going to do any of that.
Yeah,
So,
apparently we need a lot of context for this one.
Next
fellas.
tweet.
Because men are meant to be providers, I don't know, but, and I mean, I'm not with anyone who can't do a simple thing.
Men are meant to be providers.
I don't know. Were they not? I mean, remember, I want to be in the future.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you already know.
In 2024,
Like,
some men
it's-
don't even think that they should be providers.
But-
See, I believe in that, though.
Let
No,
me
I
ask you a
believe in
question.
that too.
Let me ask you a question. So, if men are meant to be providers, are women meant
What are they getting
to
into?
not be prostitutes?
Yes.
Yes.
I love how you admitted that, like actually saying that.
But
you
you're
would take it away.
you're an
I
escort.
would literally stop, you know, heartbeat. I'd stop like this without no question.
But here's the thing.
Like-
You would stop,
Yes.
but do you think just because you've stopped that men aren't going to take that into the calculus of determining if you would, like your past, into determining?
Yeah, so women do this thing where it's like, it's my past. You shouldn't care. Past behavior is a pretty good predictor of future behavior. And like things you did in the past, like they affect who you are always. So I'm not saying specifically because I don't know what she does. She might just do OnlyFans. They call everyone prostitutes. But if she was a prostitute before, I'm probably not going to overlook that if she was like an actual prostitute. Like just stopping doing something does not, you're not just a new person overnight. Like,
Is this somebody who I want to date who
I wouldn't be with
had
somebody
sex
like
for
that.
money? Huh?
I wouldn't be with somebody like that, though.
yeah, obviously, because they wouldn't be with you. That's another huge cope. Well, I wouldn't want to be with anyone who judged me for that. Well, that's going to be like almost everyone.
That goes for the same question I asked earlier.
Literally,
Would you
what do you
guys
mean?
consider yourself being able to date an escort / prostitute
Nope.
or OnlyFans model?
Nope.
I mean, I've
A lot
never
of
been an
people say no, but
OnlyFans
it's
model.
okay.
I just did something submissive for my man's needs, and I still will not find a man to actually be able to see me, even though I know my worth. I already know. Men
some men
find out why
will be fine
why
with
he
it.
broke up with me because I tell them the truth, and they're like, oh, I would never be able to date you.
What do you
And I'm like,
mean?
"Well,
What do you
let's go
mean
back
you
to
know your
her."
worth, though? What does that mean?
Let's come back
Yes,
to her.
it's one of the cliches that
Like-
women always say.
I
do you mean?
provide.
Yeah, that's another thing. You know your worth. But they always say this in defiance of something that like even they would accept, generally speaking, would change their worth. And they're saying it like that I know my worth. But that doesn't actually make sense. Like that doesn't make
Like
sense.
It's one of the
my
things
worth,
women always
as
say,
in
but
being
yeah.
being a submissive provider, like I provide to his
What
emotions,
cliche
I
for
provide to the household, I pay my own bills, and even though I'm a good woman and I'm loyal
Yeah, but I mean,
and I
isn't
don't
that
cheat,
a basic requirement that a good man would want? Is that their woman would be submissive?
Yes.
And if necessary, help out financially. Those are just basic requirements. What is it that about you that gives you what you consider self-worth? What is that? What is that thing?
I don't need
She's not gonna have an answer.
the praise of somebody to tell me, oh, you look pretty today. No, I take care of myself. And by that, I mean, I watch what I put into my body. I go to the gym. I meditate. I definitely lead a clean house because cleanliness is next
But
to
isn't it a
godliness.
basic requirement that you take care of yourself and that
But most women,
you
they
keep the house clean? Like, isn't
the
that
average
like
woman-
a basic requirement of people?
The average women today, they want their man to take care of everything. Pay their bills.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll even accept that. Hang on.
It's like a
Just hear me out.
dependopotamus.
Hear me out. I'll accept that criticism is even true. I just don't think it matters very much. Like, if on average most women are fucking horrible, let's say, who cares? That doesn't really tell me what your self-worth is, because you do the things that they should be doing, I'm wondering specifically, what is it that you think makes you or gives you this large amount of worth?
I know how to keep a garden growing and a house ran. I don't depend on a man to run my house. I run the household. The only thing I ask, I never expect. I ask for one hug a day.
It's a lot of hugs.
Next tweet. Next tweet.
That's not
There's
a
no
lot
more.
of hugs.
Okay, we're all caught up.
Jesus, that was pretty pointless. All right, that's gonna be it for tonight. Yeah, we'll get all these clips